between two groups of nations, the Romanic and the Germanic.
Romanic and
Is
Germanic.
with us still. The European Union exists to try and heal it, and no one knows whether or not they will succeed. But if you trace this rift back and back and back, you come eventually to the Teutoburg forest.
Howdy, howdy. How you doing this evening?
In 15 AD, in Germany,
We do.
a detachment of Roman soldiers under
Bubblerz.
the command of their general, Germanicus, made a grim discovery.
I'm geeking out
They
on
were only
archaeology
here
at
to
the
exact
moment.
revenge on the local tribe, and this was why.
What's up, Lois?
A slaughtering ground stretching for miles. The remains of as many as 20,000 Romans, reduced over 6 years to a carpet of bones. For here, in 9 AD, the unthinkable had happened. 3 of Rome's finest legions wiped out by a horde of Iron Age savages. Their commander, Publius Quintilius Varus, decapitated, his severed head impaled on a spear.
Sounds
No
rough.
Roman had thought it possible. But here,
He had a bad day.
On the open ground were whitening bones, scattered where men had fled, heaped up where they had stood and fought back. Fragments of spears and of horses' limbs lay there. Also, human heads, fastened to tree trunks. In groves nearby were the outlandish altars at which the Germans had massacred the Roman colonels and senior company commanders.
in the depths of the Teutoburg forest, under constant threat of attack, Germanicus set about burying the remains of his fellow countrymen. With no time to discriminate between human and animal remains, he decided to bury everything. Every trace of Roman shame.
So 6 years after the slaughter, a living Roman army had come to bury the dead men's bones of 3 old divisions. No one knew if the remains he was burying belonged to a stranger or a comrade. But in their bitter distress and rising fury against the enemy, they looked at them all as friends and blood brothers.
History would be denied sight of this, the Empire's darkest hour. For 2,000 years, the forest kept its secret.
You'll be returning back to them? I'll tell you what, I'd try to stay off of their planet.
Helped define modern Germany, and in halting the advance of the Roman Empire, brought its greatest emperor, Augustus, to his knees.
I hear it doesn't work out for people who were born on this planet.
When the news
Very
reached
well.
Rome, Augustus ordered patrols of the city at night to prevent any uprising. It is said that he took the disaster so deeply to heart that he left his hair and beard untrimmed for months. He would often beat his head on a door, shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions," and always kept the anniversary as a day of deep
Out of coffee.
mourning.
What's up, Pollyanna?
3 years earlier, when Varus left for Germany, Augustus had thought only of success.
His reign was in fact glorious.
A 50-year
Peace to the Roman
Mike
world,
Tyson
and with
fight.
that prosperity, he took in hand The Alps. He conquered Austria. He conquered much of the Balkans. He finished the conquest of Spain, and he annexed Egypt. In fact, these acquisitions for the Roman Empire
Same
were
shit,
more
different day.
than any previous
See, Holly,
individual in Roman history.
you haven't watched all my videos,
It
have you?
seems that to Romans, at the beginning of Augustus' reign, Rome had a divine mission.
You just watched it for the first time?
Conquest without end.
But there were lands of which Rome knew nothing.
They didn't know how big the world was. And they didn't know that when you left the German areas, you ended up in the Eurasian steppe. So that was, they didn't.
What generally happens to people that go to planet heaven with the Anunnaki? And why? Why does it happen to them? Do we even know why they
Modern explorer looking at the Amazon
die?
Psychologically. Both are rainforests and both are dangerous. I think it's understood Rome expanded in the Mediterranean by means of the takeover of other people's empires.
Go crazy. Yes. Yes. See? Thank you, Lois. Thank you. Thank you, Pollyanna. See, Kelly, we know who's been watching videos and who's been doing homework here. Go over to Angry Catfish, start at the bottom and work your way back here. It's my best advice for you. Honestly, I think I've answered every question you could ever imagine because I've imagined an awful lot of questions and I got more answers than I fucking knew questions existed. And I gave them for free. Over there. Over here is for those people that have already done that. And they're very secure in their knowledge of who they are, what we are, how to get through this, where your safe zone is, etc., etc. And if you're looking for a safe zone geographically, yeah, you're in trouble. You should go watch some videos. I'm not kidding. Yeah, it can be very confusing, and it's not going to help you in the long run to hear it. You should know these things. I promise. It's going to help you.
The job of bribing and coercing the German warlords had been given to Bubblerz by
It ain't nothing any other human being wouldn't do. But I gotta tell you, you ain't never seen nothing like what we've discovered. You really haven't. It's an absolute truckload of information that's really useful to humanity in general that nobody ever had, including the 33rd degree Mason. I mean, if you want to know what they want to know, or what they want to know, you should go over to my channel and check it out while it's still there. I start from the third one down. That'll tell you why the moon's doing what it does, to the point of exactness that you can actually look at and understand what it's doing. It helps. It takes away the fear. I'd even point you to Homebrew. He'll help you just probably faster than I could. He's really good at doing that shit. I'm not. I'm gonna point you to Homebrew anyway. I do too. I keep seeing the Cherenkov build up. I keep seeing the crunch in towards the satellite zone. I can't help it. I mean, damn. There's weird sky shit going on. I can't tell you how long that shit's gonna be up there. I really can't.
Normally, the Roman army fought on the inside. You know which the Roman army was. So, in spring, they went through the country for how to organize the country, where to build streets, which are the good places for.
Well, there's one way to understand what's happening to you, and that's to get in your heart and talk to your creator. Leave these Anunnaki behind.
Romanized the new prophets.
Went actually as far as the government of the province of Germany.
See, we figured out why they can't heal their planet with our gold, and why they have to fucking keep coming back and fucking thinking they're gonna fucking do something. To the point that their streets are paved with gold, they've got golden gates, and they still ain't fucking fixed their atmosphere. We understand how they can do it now, and there's a peace meeting that needs to happen. So tell Mr. Enki he's knocking on the wrong fucking door. He's fixing to get burnt out. Enki's dead anyway. Dead. 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 So's Marduk. Marduk's dead. He's been dead since Alexander the Great. His son, his half son, found him in the fucking tomb. Their bloodlines continue.
He was learned in the law.
In the forehead, huh?
He was a judge.
Well,
Judge of men.
see, that's not where it counts, anyways. You need to go over there and watch the videos.
Exercising the power of growth, he was blind to the distress that brought the German pride.
They had crisscrossed Germany for 20 years, winning nothing but battle. But in fact, the Germans were hiding their weapons, concealing their goods, and fighting their
Take the fear away.
Paris, a military novice, went into this situation not realizing it was penetrating darkest Germany.
Paradoxically, Varus felt safe because he was protected by his own Germanic auxiliary. Local tribes.
I got marked by one of them in the forehead, too. I don't think it was an Anunnaki. It's some kind of lizard. Punched me right in the forehead.
It was Romanov. And as a member of the royal family,
And I got a bag of dick soil. He tries that again.
took his own people, his own soldiers, his own personnel, and fought
How you doing, Ms. Ark?
under Roman command, and so he was able to learn Roman tactics and strategy, and he knew exactly the weak points.
Arminius knew the Romans because he was raised. An education in Rome was a privilege extended to families of the influential. They were supposed to.
No, I didn't see it.
Arminius did not.
I didn't talk about nothing, Pollyanna. I didn't do it. Didn't do nothing. Fix to get butt naked and run around the block a couple times, see if I can't get someone to chase me.
But in his service in the folk, he seemed brave man.
So there's been a new discovery, huh? In New Mexico.
Germany under fire. Here is a stupid man. Here is a gullible man. He's Rome.
In White Sands, New Mexico. Is this what you're talking about?
Campaigning over the summer, it was time for Varus to return to winter quarters, several days march.
The Galactic Center. Dear
The
God.
return journey is slow.
Oh. I can't even see the galactic center, but I can see these planets damn near our size sitting right behind us inside lunar orbit. That I can see. I suggest you go and look because it'll distract you from the galactic center. There's a little something a little closer that nobody has fucking told you about, and you sure as hell ain't going over there to that channel that I directed you towards to find out. You're gonna get silenced real quick.
Communication for all. Pride was scattered wary, yet Arminius began.
He communicated his thoughts.
No, Joan, I ain't done with you.
More.
What up, CH?
That the Romans might
Hi,
be
Sue.
by surprise. He then proceeded to an action resolution. Fix the time.
Joan, Miss Art, Joni, Joni Art.
By time.
Damn it!
Then the critics
Where the hell's she talking about?
would send
These monks. Is that White Sands, New Mexico?
upright to the north
Is there some shit like that there? I don't know. I ain't never seen it.
into the
I've been there. I've been there, but I've never seen that.
Far as did, playing right into the hands of Arminius.
His masterstroke may have been
But where is it?
a message to write
Ms. Art? Is it in New Mexico? Where is it? I don't get it.
Divert meant the Romans through the worst of the terrain, the thickest part.
Now someone's like, yeah, I'm gonna run fast, Pollyanna.
Bubblerz would be rash enough to follow as he drew them through a part of the forest where he was with and where the conditions were least.
Defreef. Huh? Oh my god. I don't talk in code.
Why Bubblerz took the whole on what was clearly a risky adventure.
That's killing me. That code you're using is killing me. I don't understand what you're saying. I think you need to go back to sleep.
That Bubblerz lulled into a sense of security which
I'm just asking where this temple is. Is it in New Mexico? White Sands, New Mexico. Yes or no? That's all.
The attacks began almost immediately.
I'm just asking. I don't sleep that much, Pollyanna. you go. You have set your alarm for that shit. That he's down. Let's go. Oh shit! I'm in trouble.
The leader army spread out like a snake, but now
You see that, CH? She said I gotta sleep sometime. She's gonna catch me. I guess I better sleep with my boots on. You gotta sleep sometime. You'll get hungry sometime. That's a good one too. Get hungry sometime. So where's this White Sand? Oh, there she is again. I thought you went to sleep. Where's this White Sands? Is that New Mexico? Is that the one you're talking about? God, she's got me all excited. I don't even know. My nipples are hard. Zen not in Florida. Good, because I'm not going to Florida. My nipples are hard. You can't even tell me where my temple is.
2 days
In Minnesota. Okay.
and still ahead of the boat,
Oof.
unaware they were playing hockey.
In Mims. Mims, Florida. What? I'm not going to Florida. I don't know where Mims is. I don't know where Mims is. Mims, Florida. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not going there. They're gonna be waiting a long fucking time.
Repeated were lost. Behind them, the wake broke. The reality of their situation beginning with
I was gonna say if it's in New Mexico White Sands, we could probably negotiate. But yeah, no, I'm not going to Florida. They can feel free to come out here and meet me if that's who they're waiting on. Because I'm a monk, they're monks. We'd probably get along all right. I wouldn't be a monk long if Pollyanna got a hold of me. No, I get it. Yeah, I'm not going there. No Floridas. That's off limits.
and then word spread to the colony.
I wish it was New Mexico because I like White Sands, New Mexico. It's a pretty cool spot. If you ain't ever been there, I'd suggest going there. Pretty cool spot. You ride you ride the sand dunes like snow drifts on little boards with wax and shit. Fucking sand's cold though, because it's white.
Their women and children were on their own. And Arminius' final practice.
The sand is cold. I remember that too. But sand's cold.
Cut off, surrounded, the Romans would do. With nowhere left to go, they were helpless.
Yeah, I know where Mims is. I was just not thinking Florida. I don't. I thought you were talking about NM, New Mexico, and I was like, White Sands. Yeah, too bad it's Florida. That's down there in Florida too. Yeah, nope. Yeah, I don't plan on going down that way. It's probably the new Alaska.
One second, the Romans took the threat. Rome, world.
Well, them NASA scientists had a chance at me over there in Houston when I was in Galveston. I spoke to a few of them. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I used to blow down there at in West Palm at Daddy Blues Hippie Palace, owned by Mr. Lester. He had like 3 stores down there. I taught a couple of folks down there how to blow glass in West Palm. God, I was with his mom at the time. It was a long fucking time.
Finally, 6 years.
I was married in Jacksonville. I've been all over Florida. I lived in Key West.
Never again. Rome. And 8 or at 9. They were not.
The corn. There ain't much corn left.
Below the forest. Their boat. in the Teutoburg forest, side of imperial expansion. Wiped out by Arminians.
What's up, Gino? Oh,
Despite the incredible victory. But the dream persisted. And in
I suppose you could if you never ran out of batteries.
Germany, a nation in search of a hero, rediscovered
Armenia was figured out.
I suppose you could. Probably not. I wouldn't want to even try it though myself. Yeah, you could. I suppose. I don't know if it'll work. It might. From what I can tell, nobody ever tried it yet. Because they don't know why the hell everybody keeps dying. They're like, I don't know. Motherfucker just went nuts and died. He went crazy, got sick, got crazy, and died. And it's like, really? It may work. I don't know.
In the event, it was a retired army.
A drive-through in Reno. That's funny.
Would find
Yeah, I got married across from the courthouse in Jacksonville, Florida.
I developed whilst on maneuvers. In 1987, his interest was
Or South Georgia, as they call it.
he found the first link in the chain that would lead him to the back.
I lived down there for quite a few years.
First time, the Romans and coins. They were fairly well spread out. But I turned around, during the following weekend, was successfully locating the core of the actual find. And within this core, there was approximately 80 odd Roman silver coins. So I recovered all those, banked them up, and then subsequently handed them in the following week.
So I got a couple of bubblers I need to make tonight.
Conformed to a theory by the eminent 19th century
My kiln's about hot.
Theodore
I may actually turn on some tunes.
Found 100 years earlier and in the same area.
Been listening to my archaeology peoples.
Sweden, the German tribe. Cyrus must followed that if he were to plot all Augustan coin fronts,
Lots of bones being trampled upon.
they seem to radiate
Stories.
from a single point, you might find
It, you know, I never remember hearing it on Star Trek either.
The narrow gap where 2,000 years ago, deep forest met impenetrable bottom near a place southeast. But then, point to the difference.
You know, it's funny.
The turning point was when we found the first copper coin.
I have some strawberry icing on my grape pie. It's good for what ails you.
The quantum on those coins.
It also put Varus and his army at Calpisa, a long, long way from the relative safety of
Too bad old Mr. Roddenberry ain't around to discuss the Schumann frequency and his enterprise. I wonder if it had it going throughout the ship like life support.
Not earlier than 67 AD. And this is the first exact date which this comes to mind. Quite clearly, it is a very, very spectacular event.
The gypsy.
Be buried in the ground. We have no other site with a similar concentration of this spectrum of
I
content.
aspire to be
Now,
gypsy again.
An event of that importance will be recorded in the historical sources. The sources for this period are good, and there is only one thing, which is the forest. If more proof were needed, Major Clun was about to provide.
Over 50 miles from the statue which celebrated the day, British officer, armed and left on the statue, found 3 small dead slingshots standard Roman arms.
I didn't actually recognise them at the time, and they were taken into the boxes at the institute and were later recognised as dead slingshot. And obviously this caused great excitement because it's military that have been found in the area.
I've been hearing whispers of such.
So humble. They would be
New discoveries here. That's why I was wondering if she was talking about in White Sands, but that's not the White Sands I was thinking.
In 1989, professional archaeologists began to dig in earth.
Because I live right down here by White Sands, New Mexico. I mean, a couple hours, I'm there.
They found coins and much more. A horde of objects that, in their diversity, fit the profile of the bubblerz group. Besides weapons,
Episode 27.
tools,
What?
scraps of armor,
Is that what this
and a
is?
spectacular cavalry officer. The cavalry
Star Trek or Star Wars? Oh, shit.
whilst principally
See.
ceremonial, it was also worn to terrorize. Perhaps this time, even mass. The finds that included them were extremely well preserved. Closer examination
Ah,
here.
See, I don't like what they've done with Star Wars.
In the middle
How's
of the
that?
battle, the archaeologists
Star Trek's
uncovered what appeared to
A
be
different
the building
kind of
of a
thing,
man.
though. I think I see Star Trek as like TV. Although there were a couple of decent Star Trek movies, I don't like the newer ones either. I've never seen this whole Baby Yoda thing, and I aspire not to.
The war was a major failure. The mask and other artifacts being buried were in a section.
I really don't know how to even address that
The wall
question,
itself had unique.
except for I'm confused. You'll have to explain more.
It was built as a fixed of battle. It was built rapidly over a period of weeks. It was not.
Yeah, that could kind of go either way.
Arminius
Hey, blow my nose.
one thing which was seemingly new. He built this sort of small wall in the battlefield that was new, as far as we know.
This is a construction which could have been made by the Romans. They would have made it higher. But we think that some Germans learned to build in this way when they were in the Roman army.
Until now, no one had credited the Germans with such tactical ingenuity. The ambush at Calabrese had been planned well in advance.
Arminius was a good soldier, of course, and he got the idea we can press the Roman army between the mountain and the bog. With these ramparts, we can press
then into fish stuff. What do you tell? If you fill water into a bottle, it's
Not only had Arminius organized the front, to serve his ends, he had enlisted the landscape itself.
It was built by the Germans as an ambush to attack the Romans. The Germans were standing here in this area. The Romans came
Emergency
from the
averted.
east, to the west. The Germans were breaking behind the wall and attacked the Romans.
Baby Yoda's gay. See?
Today, the terrain is now free to accept. Farmers drain the fields. The forest is receding. But the archaeologists have restored a small section to see what the land
CH
was
says he
like
doesn't
behind.
appreciate Baby Yoda.
The bog was deep and dangerous. Only a few yards.
The trek over the
forest
war.
was dense and unhealed. Between them, Arminius, the Romans had.
Yeah. See, now if you had asked me that in the 70s, though, or maybe the early 80s, I'd have been like, you know, I like Star Wars, but I was always a Trekkie. But Captain Kirk killed it.
His plan was to use both of these unfavorable elements to deadly effect. Calculated where the narrow space between forest and road narrowed to less than a bush, almost a spear's throw. Calculated was made for animals.
A mule had a bell. The bell was packed tightly.
I liked Picard.
Whoever was traveling was flying.
What can I say? I like Jean-Luc. Well over fucking, even though he was cheesy, he was nowhere near as cheesy as fucking James T, the fucking Kirkster. Even though they tamed him down in his old age when he got into the movies, but still, oh my God.
1994, we found
The original Star Treks, yeah, he was definitely like overboard every fucking episode. I remember the golf ball lizard, dude. He had the golf ball lizard eyes. I remember that one. That was a good one. The truffles. That's classic. You know, I really like those Twilight Zone. Those were pretty cool. Twilight Zone. I used to love that shit. That would outrank both of them. Twilight Zone. I like Twilight Zone. I've always been a big fan.
After 2,000 years, it was finally time for
There we go. We got a Trekkie. Yeah, good morning to you. 4 a.m., huh? Yeah, see, it's 11 o'clock here. I intend to make at least 2 bubblers tonight. Once I get started, it'll be quick. Quick and painless, I hope.
At Gottingen University, forensic remain.
Oh.
Had lain above ground for several years before.
Yeah, I am listening to some archaeology.
After 2 years,
Suspect.
and so this must be more than 2 years.
Kirk was like inky.
Not more than 10 years. Because after 10 years,
He didn't give a shit if that shit was green. He'd be all, hey, baby. How you doing?
Were buried with
Fucking Kirk. Oh, the Borg. Now, see, that was. That was old John Luke.
and the other 6 years later in a series. Telling evidence that this is where the remnants of Paris is leading.
Listen to Miss Pollyanna. You are a geek. she's a Trekkie. Because I don't know.
He led an entire army.
Well,
The most impassable terrain.
historical archaeology. A recent history, recent-ish, between the Germanic and the Roman hordes,
I mean, pulled it off, but it was an astounding feat.
resulting in woods full of bones.
My admiration should be reserved not to him as a military commander, but as a sort of breathtakingly imaginative conceiver of a plot. It's amazing that a young man of 25 could defeat a superpower. It's quite astonishing. He was, in fact, an arch opportunist.
Should be Spock.
Gambler on a wing.
Pollyanna wants to be Spock.
This then is the point at which Europe was split in two. The place where a 25.
Well, I imagine anything you can imagine is damn near possible.
Very large,
Just gotta figure out how it works.
unexpected, and in Rome, massively shocking. Nothing like this
That's part of being a creator.
since the days of Hannibal's time in Italy in the 3rd century BC.
Another historian, Major General Fuller, wrote,
Well, apparently, Pollyanna,
4th century.
we can interstellar travel.
Not two. Dominated.
And you don't have to worry about the whole Schumann frequency thing if you do it right.
No Louis XIV, no Napoleon, no Bismarck, no Kaiser Wilhelm II, and no Hitler.
the impact of Arminius on European history has been considered. We had wanted to break the tie between Rome and...
As I understand from the tribes that came here like that, Pollyanna, there's one planet, one tribe. We bring it together, we'll be the only ones with the diverse rainbow tribes. As far as critters and scenery and shit and experiences, yeah, infinite.
The first indication was this house here with these colonnades. And we knew that...
Well, every
this
atom
architecture
in the
is
universe is a
not
magnet.
common in
And
military areas. So we came to the idea this
I put you in connection with it.
And in the 5th year of our excavation,
I would say that is a big library.
And in the first one, we thought it must be medieval because we do not
That's how you do it.
any
Yes,
Roman
it's
stone
it's
wall
like that.
period
It's
in the 4th century.
it's creation, and we're connected to it very physically,
Only when we could
and we
prove
keep
that
ignoring it
this was
because we're
absolute
programmed out of it.
then we were sure it's a Roman.
Discovery will literally rewrite.
And when you come in various colored mists into the new planetary system that you're in, then you're acclimatized to that planet. You don't have to worry about just shooting if you do it right. And you got to make a community circle, which is an overlaid what's a fucking Merkaba people proposes interwoven fucking hallback arrays,
Germans and Romans.
and you walk through it in a straight heart. You arrive on the other side in a mist.
In 980,
That's how several tribes say they got here.
Everything which
And they all say the same story.
The fact that Romanization was
Except
already in
different colored
progress
mists.
here in Lahn Valley. Everything like
And I
this
saw it
is
written on a
the
wall.
Romans
That's how I got a clue on it.
immediately,
And,
the place was burned
You know,
down.
that's one of the old things we figured out. But I mean, yeah, I don't talk about it a whole lot because it's
Suggest what might
I can't prove it.
it's difficult to believe.
I could just I've explained how it's done, and I actually had a couple of the tribes approach me and be like, how we did it. So I should, like, you know, maybe they proved it by arriving here in green mists and white mists. But it's definitely conceivable, especially being as how now we know what a black hole is and how to make them, and what it means when two or more come together in his name and all that stuff. It means a lot. Actually, we could probably, I'm not saying probably, I'm certain we can interstellar travel. I just don't know what that looks like. I understand how it works. But you don't need a ship. That's what I'm saying. You don't need mechanics or the Schumann frequency generators or any of that.
Arminius
You know,
held
we
the
just,
tribes together.
once you arrive there, you're
In
of
1980,
that planet, as I understand, because your physical being forms in that energy there.
creating instead a divided
What up, Noel? How you doing?
a continent that was
So I understand that's how it's done properly. Most likely not, Noel. Most likely not. See, we're supposed to be over here, and unless they come and tell us, you know, and then zap a whole bunch of Anunnakis and be like, look, Mom put out a call, said you guys are fucktards. So here's a diagram. Have a nice day. Planet cheers. See, that's the only thing that would be acceptable at this point in time. Because the planet's ours, and she is ours, and we are hers, and that's how it needs to continue from henceforth. What's on the torch? Gonna be making some bubblers, a couple of little bubblers. We'll make a Sherlock bubbler first, and then probably another hammer bubbler. And I got a old friend from years back wanting some, so I said I'd make a couple of water pieces tonight. I got a couple of million dry pieces. Well, I know I've heard it, what, like 4 or 5 times out of the damn Anunnaki's mouth, their own selves, that the creator of all has been haunting them in their dreams, telling them to give them back this planet, and we will inherit the earth. And they haven't. It's very evident. And obviously they haven't healed their planet, because if they had, they wouldn't be here fucking with us right now. You don't do that with a straight heart. Well, you're definitely bending your energy. We've seen that in the feral cell. You're making squares. That's some crazy shit, huh? Fucking, I wish they had like a human feral cell to watch our magnet at work. That'd be pretty tight. Oh wow, we could watch our whole field and manipulate shit. Oh my goodness. Need to get a big plate glass window feral cell going on. See what happens. Nice. It's a fun toy. Play with it. It's yours. I never knew I had one. Man, wow. Yeah, I'm thinking a wall-sized fucking feral cell so we could fucking have more than one. Like, hang out and get all meat and watch the fucking feral cell. Start playing with fields. That'd be all right. I think we need to expand this whole feral cell thing. It's a real easy thing to make. Big magnets. Big magnets are people too. What are we listening to? The fuck? That sounds like some crazy shit. Bram Stoker's Shadow Blade. The fuck? Where'd that come from? Okay. Well, let's see what pops up when I do this. Fucking Santana. Or Disturbed. Both of them showed up. Imagine that. The leash. See which version this is. Complete audio book. That's probably not very much fun.
The Enuma Elish, the Sumerian epic of creation. The first tablet. When in the height heaven was not named, the earth beneath did not yet bear a name, and the primeval Apsu that begat them, and Chaos, Tiamat, the mother of them both, their waters were mingled together, and no field was formed, no marsh was to be seen. When of the gods none had been called into being, and none bore a name, and no destinies were ordained. Then were created the gods in the midst of heaven. Lahu and Lahamu were called into being. Ages increased. Then Ansar and Kisar were created, and over them, long were the days, then came forth. Anu their son, Ansar and Anu, and the god Anu. Nudimud, whom his fathers, his begetters, abounding in all wisdom.
I think you're having spell check problems, Polyana.
He had no rival. Thus were established and were the great gods. But Tiamat and Apsu were still in confusion. They were troubled and in disorder. Apru was not diminished in might, and Tiamat roared. She smote and their deeds. Their way was evil. Then Apsu, the begetter of the great gods, cried unto Mumu, his minister, and said unto him, O Mumu, thou minister that rejoicest my spirit, come unto Tiamat, let us go. So they went, and before Tiamat they laid down. They consulted on a plan with regard to the gods, their sons. Apsu opened his mouth and spake. And unto Tiamat,
I got, before we continue on this, I gotta say, I'm pretty sure you meant spelunking because spunking in a cave. Isn't an activity I had you pinned for. Oh dear. Fucking spell check. Oh, oh dear. So what's John McGregor? What's he do? He studies bats. Yeah, I knew what you were trying to say. That's why I was laughing. I was like, oh shit, oh shit. Pollyanna's gonna go all spunking in caves. She's playing Inky all of a sudden. See why I'm running? Pollyanna wants to spelunk in my cave. Oh shit! So what does he do? You say you're going to be studying hibernating bats. How are they hibernating? It's like warm, isn't it? I suppose. I mean, I don't know. Are they hibernating? Are you sure they're hibernating? They're not going to attack you when you go in the cave? 'Cause I don't know. There's flowers blooming. Has he noticed this? Does he know if they're actually hibernating? I know they should be. It's fucking middle of winter. Just wonder, is there snow up there? There ain't snow up there, right? There ain't no snow up there. No, I don't even have any snow here. I know, hon. That's why I was like, it's never duck. It's never duck. I know. Especially coming from me. I have been in caves. They're not my favorite place in the world. There's spiders in them, stuff. Although, caves are caves. See, I knew it. You was just trying to get me to go in a cave, wasn't you? I tell you, one day I'll be painting the walls of one. From the looks of this wall, that day is coming soon too. I was wanting to look at that before I get started. I'm fixing to pop off a bubbler here. A little poop poop going on in Alaska. Do for pop here. Okay. No telling, bro. You had cow farts today or tonight? We had some today. Mighty big cow farts. No recent cow farts. Induction is minimal. She seems to be a decent. Still pretty cool on the front. Oh dear. So we may be having a 5 or above here in a few minutes. Hmm. Oh, okay. So it's tornadic and crunchy. Do you see that shit? Are you looking at that? Boy, man. See, I'm telling you, if you haven't watched all my movies over there, I'm telling you for your own good, you should probably go watch them while we got the internet, because I don't know how long we're gonna have internet. Boy, man, look at that shit. That's a lot of pressure. Right there. That's it. Well, nothing new. I'm just, I'm stating the fucking obvious at this point, I think. That's, I think at this point I'm stating the obvious. What do you think, my lady? Ah, see, there you go. Very good. Uh-huh. Okay. Awesome. You gave him the cartwheeling moon, did you, Pollyanna? Catching the ear of experts in fields of like wonderment with your superior knowledge of why these things are not hibernating? Damn. I didn't think they were hibernating. Thank you. That's confirmation. They shouldn't be. if we're in the wrong area of space, and I suspect we are. Exactly where, I still can't pinpoint. I'm working on it. I've been watching it. It's really confusing because I'm doing fucking cartwheels every night, and it's like, ah! I just figured out why we're doing cartwheels and how it should look as we're doing cartwheels, but I haven't figured out where we're at because we're doing fucking cartwheels. Winter sleep, yeah, 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 Gemma. Yeah. Well, things are off a little bit. Our moon's doing cartwheels, Jupiter's doing cartwheels, sun's fucking doing cartwheels. Everything's doing cartwheels right now. Including the seasons and the wildlife. Some of the birds are flying north. Some of them are just flying in circles. And apparently none of them are hibernating. And it's the 28th of November. That's new. I'd be careful, Polly, because I doubt if the bears are hibernating much either. See, the food's been sparse. So they might be hungry. Keep that in mind when you're spelunking here. And I know there's cats up in that region too. Mountain lion style. So hopefully Homeboy is well aware of this. Yeah, they should be sleeping right now. Yeah, they should definitely be sleeping. And they're not. They're simply not. I mean, it's warm for what it should be. It's fixing to get cold again. It'll warm up. It's going to be like a rubber band up here this year. And the animals are confused. So are the plants. So are the plants. The plants are really fucking confused. I've been looking around too. We've got flowers blooming. We've got trees going bald, shooting out sprouts. It's like, what the fuck? Things are a little different this year. Also, I mean, there's 2 foot corn from Denver to Dallas, and then some. The GMO crops just failed this year. They didn't like all this shit. So let's listen to some sentient. Oh no, we're listening to Numa Leash. That's right. Electromagnetic anomalies. Okay, well, you got his attention. No, Pollyanna, she's got a picture of Ra in her pocket somewhere. You recognize this anomaly? Wait, I do that. He's all over my telephone. He's my home screen. Be like, do you recognize that guy? Actually, when I turn it on, it's better because it's just him with the little message thing he had. That's an electromagnetic anomaly. Found some that aren't the same species. Yeah, imagine that. Well, that's because they're confused as to where they are or where they're supposed to be. Yeah, they travel. They pretty much depend on magnetite for their everything. Well, Kathleen comes in every now and again. She could probably enlighten us on that without even going up there. She's already said that, it's odd up there. Christ, she's been warmer than we are in Alaska. So I can only imagine not. We'll have to wait until we hear from her again. She's probably in bed right now. I know, just I'd go in armed. Kidding me? At least have yourself a sidearm to get up off the gun. That ain't no joke. Huh? You know, you know where you're at. There's animals out there that would eat you. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Mostly lions and bears. Haven't seen any tigers out that way. But the lions and bears, yes, both. I've seen them both out there. West of Asheville, up there near Tennessee. I've seen mountain lions and fucking bears. Lived there on the side of a mountain. Well, if you listen, if they're in your area, you'll hear them at night. They sound like a woman screaming. I suggest strongly not running towards the sound. Hmm. Wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of cave systems out that way. And they've been around for a while. They ain't no dummies. They're subterranean. I'd be careful. I'd be more concerned about the mountain lions and the bears, personally, because they probably ain't sleeping, just like the bats, just like the lizards and everything else. And if they are, they're sleeping with one eye open for something to eat. I believe Bigfoot's real. Yeah, Pollyanna, the crops have been acting really fucked up this year. Absolutely, complete utter failure of crops. I like to hear you talk about these bats over there. You're verifying some shit that I kind of figured. The animals around here are acting fucked up. I can only imagine they're acting fucked up everywhere. And your report is giving a pretty good indicator. That There's some pretty fucked up shit going on. I'm fixing to kick on the Sonoma leash and then go take a piss and make a bubbler because I need to make two. It's almost midnight already.
Listening one, you address
I'll
the
be
word
right back.
Lagoon. Their way.
Lacuna.
By day, I cannot.
This is the actual
By
reading.
night, I cannot lay down in peace.
I don't know which
I will
version
destroy their way.
it
I will,
is.
Lacuna.
First, second, or
Let there
third.
be lamentation, and let us lie down again in peace.
We'll find out.
When Tiamat heard these words, she raged and cried aloud. She, Lacuna, grievously, Lacuna. She uttered a curse, and unto Apsu she spake, what then shall we do? Let their way be made difficult, and let us lie down again in peace. Mummu answered, and gave counsel to Apsu, Lacuna, and hostile to the gods was the counsel Mummu gave. Come, their way is strong, but thou shalt destroy it. Then by day shalt thou have rest, by night shalt thou lie down in peace. Apsu hearkened unto him, his countenance grew bright. Since Mummu planned evil against the gods, his sons, Lacuna, he was afraid, Lacuna. His knees became weak, they gave way beneath him. Because of the evil which their firstborn had planned, Lacuna. There, Lacuna, they altered. Lacuna, they, Lacuna. Lamentation, they sat in sorrow. Lacuna. Then Ea, who knoweth all that is, went up and he beheld their muttering. A lacuna of about 30 illegible lines. He spake, Lacuna. He hath conquered and Lacuna. He weepeth and sitteth in tribulation, Lacuna. Of fear, Lacuna. We shall not lie down in peace, Lacuna.
Absu is laid waste, Lacuna. And
I think this is the first
taken
version.
captive in Lacuna. Thou didst, Lacuna.
I think it's
Let
the
us lie
first
down in
version.
peace, Lacuna. They will smite, Lacuna. Let us lie down in peace, Lacuna. Thou shalt take vengeance for them, Lacuna. Unto the tempest shalt thou, Lacuna. And Tiamat hearkened unto the word of the bright God, and said, Shalt thou entrust? Let us wage war, Lacuna. The gods in the midst of Lacuna, for the gods did she create. They banded themselves together, and at the sight of Tiamat they advanced. They were furious. They devised mischief without resting night and day. They prepared for battle, fuming and raging. They joined their forces and made war. Tiamat, who formed all things, made in addition weapons invincible. She spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth, merciless of fang, with poison instead of blood. She filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she clothed with terror. With splendor she decked them. She made them of lofty stature. Whoever beheld them, terror overcame him. Their bodies reared up, and none could withstand their attack. She set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes, and raging hounds, and scorpion men, and mighty tempests, and fishmen, and rams. They bore cruel weapons without fear of the fight. Her commands were mighty, none could resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, she made 11 kinds of monsters. Among the gods who were her sons, inasmuch as he had given her support, she exalted Kingu. In the midst she raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him she entrusted. In costly raiment she made him sit, saying, I have uttered thy spell. In the assembly of the gods I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods I have entrusted to him. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them, the Anunnaki. She gave the tablets of destiny. On his breast she laid them, saying, Thy command shall not be without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed fate amongst the gods, his sons, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. The second tablet. Tiamat made weighty her handiwork. Evil she wrought against the gods, her children. To avenge Absu, Tiamat planned evil. But how she had collected her forces, the god unto Ea divulged. Ea hearkened to this thing, and he was grievously afflicted, and he sat in sorrow. The days went by, and his anger was appeased. And to the place of Ansar his father, he took his way. He went and, standing before Ansar, the father who begat him, all that Tiamat had plotted he repeated unto him, saying, Tiamat our mother hath conceived a hatred for us. With all her force she rageth, full of wrath. All of the gods have turned to her. With those whom ye created have go at her side. They are banded together, and at the sight of Tiamat they advance. They are furious. They despise mischief without resting night and day. They prepare for battle, fuming and raging. They have joined their forces and are making war. Amu Hubar, who formed all things, hath made in addition weapons invincible. She hath spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison instead of blood, she hath filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she hath clothed with terror. With splendor she hath decked them. She hath made them of lofty stature. Whoever beholdeth them is overcome by terror. Their bodies rear up, and none can withstand their attack. She hath set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes.
There ain't no
and
woods
raging
around
hounds,
here for me
and
to hide
scorpion
in,
men,
young
and
lady.
mighty tempests, and fishmen and rams. They bear cruel weapons.
That's my
without
first
fear of the
problem.
fight. Her commands are mighty, none can resist them. After this fashion,
I got
huge of
up the
stature,
flat fucking
she hath made
desert.
11
I'm
monsters.
up.
among the gods who are her sons, inasmuch as he hath given her support. She hath exalted Kingu. In their midst she has raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him hath she entrusted. In costly raiment she has made him sit, saying, I have uttered thy spell. In the assembly of the gods I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods I have entrusted unto thee. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them. She hath given him the tablets of destiny. On his breast she has laid them, saying, Thy command shall not be without avail, and the mouth of thy word shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate for the gods, her sons, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. When Ansar heard how Tiamat was mightily in revolt, he bit his lips, his mind was not at peace. Lacuna. He made a bitter lamentation. Lacuna. Battle. Lacuna. Thou. Lacuna. Mamu and Aspu thou hast smitten, but Tiamat hath exalted Kingu, and where is one who can oppose her? Lacuna. Deliberation. Lacuna. The Lacuna of the gods. New Dimmed. A lacuna of about a dozen lines occurs here. Ansar unto his son addressed the word. Lacuna. My mighty hero, whose strength is great and whose onslaughts cannot be withstood, go and stand before Tiamat, that her spirit may be appeased, that her heart may be merciful. But if she will not hearken to thy word, our word thou shalt speak unto her, that she may be pacified. But he heard the word of his father Ansar, and he directed his path to her. Toward her he took the way. And drew nigh.
My glass
He
is
beheld
very
the
anxious
mutter of
over
Tiamat,
here, trying to jump
but
off
he
the
could not
shelf.
withstand her, and turned back. Lacuna. Ansar Lacuna. He spake to him. A gap of over 20 lines occurs here. Avenger,
Unacceptable
Valiant, Lacuna.
gaps.
In the place of his
There's like some
decision,
Iswa gaps.
he spake unto him, Lacuna. Thy father, thou art my son, who maketh merciful his heart, Lacuna. To the battle shalt thou draw nigh.
Okay.
He that shall behold thee shall have peace. And the Lord rejoiced at the word of his father. And he drew nigh and stood before Ansar. Ansar beheld him, and his heart was filled with joy. He kissed him on the lips, and his fear departed from him. O my father, let not the word of thy lips be overcome. Let me go, that I may accomplish all that is in thy heart. O Ansar, let not the word of thy lips be overcome. Let me go, that I may accomplish all that is in thy heart. What man is it who hath brought thee forth to battle? Lacuna. Tiamat, who is a woman, who is armed and attacketh thee. Lacuna. Rejoice and be glad. The neck of Tiamat shalt thou quickly trample on the foot. Lacuna. Rejoice and be glad. The neck of Tiamat shalt thou swiftly trample under foot. O my son, who knowest all wisdom, pacify Tiamat with thy pure incantation. Speedily set out upon thy way, for thy blood shall not be poured out. Thou shalt return again. The Lord rejoiced at the word of his father, his heart exalted, and unto his father he spake. O Lord of the gods, destiny of the great God, if I, your avenger, conquer Tiamat and give you life, appoint an assembly, and make my fate preeminent and proclaim it. In Upsi Kenaku, keep yourselves joyfully together. With my word in place of you, I will decree fate. May whatsoever I do remain unanswered. May the word of my lips never be chanced, nor made of no avail. The third tablet. Ansar opened his mouth, and unto Garga, his minister, spake the word. O Garga, thou minister that rejoicest my spirit, unto Lamu and Lahamu I will send thee, Lacuna. Thou canst detain, Lacuna. Thou shalt cause to be brought before thee, Lacuna. Let the gods, all of them, make ready for a feast, and at a banquet let them sit. Let them eat bread, let them mix wine. that from Marduk, their avenger, they may decree the fate.
All right.
Go, Gaga,
Yeah.
stand before them,
them. All.
and all that I tell thee repeat unto them, and say, Ansar, your son, hath sent me. The purpose of his heart he hath made known unto me. He saith that Tiamat our mother has conceived a hatred for us. With all her force she rageth, full of wrath. All the gods have turned her. With those whom ye created, they go at her side. They are banded together. At the side of Tiamat they advance. They are furious. They devise mischief without resting day and night. They prepare for battle, fuming and raging. They have joined their forces and are making war. Mu-Habah, who formed all things, hath made in addition weapons invincible. She has spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison instead of blood, she hath filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers, she hath clothed with terror. With splendor she hath decked them. She hath made them of lofty stature. Whoever beholdeth them, terror overcometh him. Their bodies rear up, and none can withstand their attack. She hath set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes and raging bounds, and scorpions, and mighty tempests, and fishmen and rams. They bear merciless weapons without fear of the fight. Her commands are mighty, none can resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, she hath made 11 monsters. Among the gods who are her sons, inasmuch as he hath given her support, he hath exalted kingdoms. In their midst she hath raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle system, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him hath she entrusted, in costly raiment she hath made him sit, saying, I have uttered thy spell. In the assembly of the gods, I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods I have entrusted to thee. Be thou exalted, now my children stand. Let them magnify their name over all of them, because of the Anunnaki. He hath given him the tablets of destiny, on his breast he laid them, saying, Thy command shall be not without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now kingdom, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate for the gods, her son, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display his might. I sent Anu, but he could not withstand her. Nudimmud was afraid and turned back, but Marduk has set out, the director of the gods, your son, to set out against Tiamat. His heart hath prompted him. He opened his mouth and spake unto me, If I, your avenger, conquer Tiamat and give you life, appoint an assembly, make my fate preeminent, and proclaim it. In Upsukanaku, seat yourself joyfully together. With my word in place of you, I will decree fate. May whatsoever I do remain unaltered. May the words of my lips never be changed nor have made of no avail. Hasten therefore, and swiftly decree for him the fate which you bestow, that he may go and fight your strong enemy. Gaga went. He took his way, and humbly before Lamu and Lahamu, the gods his fathers, he made obeisance, and kissed the ground at their feet. He humbled himself, and he stood up and spake unto them, saying, Ansar your son hath sent me. The purpose of his heart he has made known to me. He saith that Tiamat our mother has conceived a hatred for us. With all her force she raged, full of wrath. All the gods have turned to her. With those whom you created, they go at her side. They are banded together, and at the side of Tiamat they advance. They are furious. They devise mischief without resting, night and day. They prepare for battle, fuming and raging. They have joined their forces and are making war. Tiamat, who formed all things, hath made in addition weapons invincible. She hath spawned monster serpents, sharp of tooth and merciless of fang. With poison instead of blood she hath filled their bodies. Fierce monster vipers she hath clothed with terror. With splendor she hath decked them. She hath made them of lofty stature. Whoever beholdeth them, terror overcometh him. Their bodies rear up, and none can withstand their attack. She hath set up vipers and dragons, and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes and raging hounds and scorpion men, and the mighty tempests and fishmen and rams. They bear merciless weapons, without fear of the fight. Her commands are mighty, none can resist them. After this fashion, huge of stature, hath she made 11 monsters. Among the gods who are her sons, inasmuch as he hath given her support, she hath exalted kingdom, in the midst she hath raised him to power, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto him she hath entrusted, in costly raiment she hath made him sit, saying, I have uttered thy spell in the assembly of the gods, I have raised thee to power. The dominion over all the gods I have entrusted unto thee. Be thou exalted, thou my chosen spouse. May they magnify thy name over all of them, the Anunnaki. She hath given him the tablets of destiny. On his breast she laid them, saying, Thy command shall not be without avail, and the word of thy mouth shall be established. Now Kingu, thus exalted, having received the power of Anu, decreed the fate of the gods, her son, saying, Let the opening of your mouth quench the fire god. Whoso is exalted in the battle, let him display might. I sent Anu, but could not withstand her. And Gimli was afraid and turned back. But Marduk hath set out, the director of the gods, your son, to set out against Tiamat his heart of confidence. He opened his mouth and spake unto me, saying, If I, your avenger, conquer Tiamat and give you life, appoint an assembly, make my fate preeminent, and proclaim it. In Upsukanaku, seat yourselves joyfully together. With my word in place of you, I will decree fate. May whatsoever I do remain unaltered. May the word of my lips never be changed nor made of no avail. Hasten, therefore, and swiftly decree for him the fate which you bestow, that he may go and fight your strong enemy. Lamu and Lahamu heard and cried aloud. All of the Igigi, the elder gods, wailed bitterly, saying, What has been altered, so that they should? We do not understand the deed of Tiamat. Then did they collect and go, the great gods, all of them, who decree fate. They entered in before Ansar. They filled Lacuna. They kissed one another in the assembly, Lacuna. They made ready for the feast, and at the banquet they sat. They ate bread and mixed sesame wine. The sweet drink, the mead, confused their Lacuna. They were drunk with drinking. Their bodies were filled. They were wholly at their ease. Their spirit was exalted. Then for Marduk, their avenger, did they decree the fate.
So I think this is the
fourth
third
telling.
one.
They prepared for
The
him a
third
lordly
telling of
chamber.
the Numia
Before
League.
his fathers, as
Yeah,
prince,
that's a
he took
full
her place.
race.
Thou art chiefest amongst the great gods. Thy fate is unequalled. Thy word is Anu. O Marduk, thou art chiefest amongst the great gods.
Yes.
Thy fate is unequalled. Thy
The
word
third
is
telling.
Anu. Henceforth not without avail shall be thy command. In thy power shall it be to exalt and abase. Established shall be the word of thy mouth. Irresistible shall be thy command.
Ow!
None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. Abundance, the desire of the shrine of the gods, shall be established in thy sanctuary, even though they lack offering. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. Sit thou down in might, be exalted in thy command. Thy weapon shall never lose its power, it shall crush thy foe. O Lord, spare the life of him that putteth his trust in thee. But as for the God who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk, their firstborn, they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. Command now, and let the garment vanish. And speak the word again, and let the garment reappear. Then he spake with his mouth, and the garment vanished. Again he commanded it, and the garment reappeared. When the gods, his fathers, beheld the fulfillment of his word, they rejoiced and they did homage to him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which overwhelmeth the foe. Go and cut off the life of Tiamat. and let the wind carry her blood into secret places. After the gods, his fathers, had decreed for the Lord his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon. He slung a spear upon him and fastened it. He raised the club. In his right hand he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, and the east wind and the west wind, he brought near to the net, the gift of his father Anu. He created the evil wind, and the tempest and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind, and the sevenfold wind, and the wind which has no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the seven of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat, and they followed after him. Then the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon. He mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked it to 4 horses, destructive, ferocious, overwhelming, and swift of pace, Lacuna. Were their teeth, they were flecked with foam. They were skilled in Lacuna. They had been trained to trample underfoot, Lacuna. Mighty in battle, left and right, Lacuna. His garment was Lacuna. He was clothed with terror. With overpowering brightness his head was crowned. Then he set out, he took his way, and towards the raging Tiamat he set his face. On his lips he held Lacuna. He grasped in his hand, and they beheld him. The gods beheld him. The gods his fathers beheld him. The gods beheld him. And the Lord drew nigh. He gazed upon the inward parts of Tiamat. He perceived the muttering of Kingu, her spouse. As Marduk gazed, Kingu was troubled in his gaze. His will was destroyed, and his motion ceased. And the gods, his helpers, who marched by his side, beheld their leaders, Lacuna. And their sight was troubled. But Tiamat, Lacuna, she turned and knocked her neck. With lips that failed not, she uttered rebellious words. Lacuna. Thy coming as Lord of the gods, from their places they have gathered, in thy place are they. Then the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, and against Tiamat he was raging. Thus he sent the word, Thou art become great, thou hast exalted thyself on high, and thy heart hath prompted thee to call for battle. Lacuna. Their fathers, Lacuna. There thou hatest, Lacuna. Thou hast exalted Kingu to be thy spouse. Thou hast Lacuna, that even as Anu, he should issue decree. Thou hast followed after evil, and against the gods thy fathers, thou hast contrived thy wicked plan. Let then thy host be equipped. Let thy weapons be girded on. Stand, I and thou, let us join battle. When Tiamat heard these words, she was like one possessed. She lost her reason. Tiamat uttered wild, piercing cries. She trembled and shook to her very foundation. She recited an incantation to pronounce her spell, and the gods of the battle cried out for their weapons. Then advanced Tiamat and Marduk, the counselor of the gods. To the fight they came on, to the battle they drew nigh. The Lord spread out his net and caught her, and the evil wind that was behind him he let loose in her face. As Tiamat opened her mouth with full extent, he drove in the evil wind, while as yet she had not shut her lips. The terrible wind filled her belly, and her courage was taken from her, and her mouth she opened wide. He seized the spear and burst her belly. He severed her inward part. He pierced her heart. He overcame her and cut off her life. He cast down her body and stood upon it. When he had slain Tiamat, the leader, her might was broken. The host was scattered, and the gods her helpers, who marched by her side, trembled and were afraid, and turned back. They took to flight to save their lives, but they were surrounded so that they could not escape. He took them captive and he broke their weapons. In the net they were caught, and in the snare they sat down. They listened. Of the world they chose the cries of grief. They received punishment from him. they were held in bondage. Among the 11 creatures which should have filled with the power of striking terror, upon the troops of devils who marched after us the king, who brought affliction, and a strength he refused. Then in their opposition he trampled under his feet. Moreover, kingdoms who had been exalted over them, he conquered, and with the God of Jews God, he counted him. He took from him the tablets of destiny, that was not rightly put. He sealed them with a seal, and then his own breath was laid to him. Now after the hero Marduk had conquered, and cast down his enemy, and had made the arrogant foe even, and had fully established Ansar's triumph over the enemy, and had attained the purpose of Nudimmud over the captive gods, he strengthened his Durance, and into Tiamat, whom he had conquered, he returned. And the Lord stood upon Tiamat's hinder parts, and with his merciless club he smashed her skull. He cut through the channels of her blood, and he made the north wind bear it away into secret places. His fathers beheld, and they rejoiced and were glad. Presents and gifts they brought unto him. Then the Lord rested, gazing upon her dead body, while he divided the flesh of the lacuna, and devised a cunning plan. He split her up like a flat fish into two halves. One half of her he established as a covering for heaven. He fixed a bolt, he stationed a watchman, and bade them not to let her waters come forth. He passed through the heaven, he surveyed the regions thereof, and over against the deep he set the dwelling of Nudimmud. And the Lord measured the structure of the deep, and he founded Sarah, a mansion like unto it. The mansion Sarah, which he created as heaven, he caused Anu, Bel, and Ir in their districts to inhabit. The fifth tablet. Marduk made the stations for the great gods. The stars their images, as the stars of the zodiac, he fixed. He ordained the year into sections, he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars, and after he had lacuna, the days of the year lacuna, images. He founded the station of Nibiru, the planet Jupiter, to determine their bounds, that none might err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ir along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth, and the night he entrusted to him. He appointed him, a being of the night, to determine the days. Every month without ceasing, with the crown he covered him, saying, at the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite, the half lacuna. When the sun god on the foundation of heaven, lacuna, thee shalt cause to lacuna, and thou shalt make his lacuna. Unto the path of the sun god thou shalt cause to draw nigh, and on the lacuna day thou shalt stand opposite, and the sun god shall lacuna, to traverse her way, lacuna. Thou shalt cause to draw nigh, and thou shalt judge the right, lacuna, to destroy lacuna. Nearly 50 lines here are lost. The gods, his fathers, beheld the net which he had made. They beheld the bow and how its work was accomplished. They praised the work which he had done. Then Anu raised the lacuna in the assembly of the gods. He kissed the bow, saying, it is. And thus he named the names of the bow, saying, Longwood shall be the name. And the second name shall be lacuna. And its third name shall be Bowstar, and in heaven shall it lacuna. He then fixed a station for it, lacuna. Now after the fate of lacuna, he set a throne, lacuna, in heaven. The remainder of this tablet is missing. The 6th tablet. When Marduk heard the word of the gods, his heart prompted him, and he devised a cunning plan. He opened his mouth, and unto Ir he spake. That which he had conceived in his heart, he imparted unto him. My blood will I take, and bone will I fashion. I will make man, that man may lacuna. I will create man who shall inhabit the earth, that the service of the gods may be established, that their shrines may be built, that I will alter the ways of the gods, and I will change their paths. Together they shall be oppressed, and unto evil they shall appeal. And ear answered him, and spake the word, the of the God I have changed, and one, shall be destroyed, and many will I, and the God, and they. The rest of the text is one thing, with the exception of the last few lines of the tablet, which read as follows. They rejoiced. In Upsu Kanatu they set their dwelling. Of the heroic son, their avenger, they cried, we whom he succored. They seated themselves on the assembly they named him. They cried aloud, they exulted. The seventh heaven, O Mother, bestower of planting, founder of sowing, creator of grains and plants, who caused the green herbs to spring. O Mother, who is revealed in the house of counsel, who is abundant in counsel. The gods pay homage, theatre upon him. O Mother, the mighty one, the light of the Father who begat him, who directeth the decrees of Ami, Bel, and Ea. He was their patron, he ordained their food. He whose provision is abundance, goeth forth Lacuna. Marduk is he who created them anew. Should their wants be pure, then they are satisfied. Should he make an incantation, then the gods are appeased. Should they attack him in anger, he withstandeth their onslaught. Let him therefore be exalted, and in the assembly of the gods let him be. None among the gods can rival him. Marduk is Ukina, the life of the host of the gods, who established for the gods the bright heaven. He set them on their way and adorned their path. Never shall his Lacuna deeds be forgotten among men. Marduk, Azad. Thirdly, they named the bringer of purification, the god of the favoring breeze, the Lord of hearing and mercy, the creator of fullness and abundance, the founder of plenteousness, who increaseth all that is small. In sore distress we have felt his favoring breeze. Let them say, let them pay reverence, let them bow in humility before him. Marduk, as Adar Azag, may mankind fourthly magnify. The Lord of the pure incantation, the quickener of the dead, who had mercy upon the captive God, who removed the yoke from upon the gods his enemies. For their forgiveness did he create mankind, the merciful one, with whom it is to bestow life. May his deeds endure, may they never be forgotten, in the mouth of mankind whom his hands have made. Marduk as Muazah, fifthly, his pure incantation, may their mouths proclaim, who through his pure incantation hath destroyed all the evil ones. Marduk, who knoweth the heart of the gods, who seeth through the innermost parts, the evildoer he hath not caused to go forth with him, the founder of the assembly of the gods, who Lacuna their heart, subduer of the disobedient, Lacuna, director of righteousness, Lacuna, who rebellion and Lacuna. Marduk as ZZ, the Lacuna, who put an end to anger, who Lacuna. Marduk as Sir Kur, thirdly, the destroyer of the foe, who puts their plans into confusion, who destroyed all the wicked, Lacuna, and led them, Lacuna. There is a gap here of 60 lines, but somewhere among the lost lines belong the following fragments. Who, Lacuna? He named the four quarters of the world, mankind he created, and upon him understanding, Lacuna, the mighty one, Lacuna, Agil, Lacuna, the creator of the earth, Lacuna, Zulu Mamu, Lacuna, the giver of counsel and whatsoever, Lacuna, Mamu, the creator of Lacuna, Malil, the heaven, Kufor, Lacuna, give cold, let, Lacuna, who brought the gods to naught, Lacuna, the chief of all the lords, Lacuna, supreme is his might, Legal Durama, the king of the band of God, the lord of rulers, who is exalted in royal habitation, who among the gods is gloriously supreme, Adu Nuna, the counselor of Ea, who created the gods his father, unto the path whose majesty no god can ever attain, Lacuna. In Dul Azar, made it be known, Lacuna. Pure is his dwelling, Lacuna. Of those without understanding is Lugal Dul Azaga, Lacuna. Supreme is his might, Lacuna. There in the midst of Tiamat, Lacuna, of the battle. Here follows the better preserved ending. The star which shineth in the heaven, may he hold the beginning of the future, may they pay homage to him, saying, he who forced his way to the midst of Tiamat without resting, let his name be Nibiru, the Caesar of the north. For the stars of heaven he upheld the path, he shepherded all the gods like sheep, he conquered Tiamat, he troubled and ended her life. In the future of mankind, when the days grow old, may this be heard without ceasing, may it hold sway forever. Since he created the realm of heaven, and fashioned the firm earth, the Lord of the world, the Father Bel, hath called his name. This title, which all the spirits of heaven proclaim, did Ea hear, and his spirit has rejoiced. And he said, he whose name his fathers have made glorious, shall be even as I, his name shall be
started last night.
The binding of all my decrees shall he control.
Tonight.
All my commands shall he make known. By the name of 50 did the great gods proclaim his 50 names. They made his path preeminent. Epilogue. Let the names of Marduk be held in remembrance, and let the first man proclaim them. Let the wise and the understanding consider them together. Let the father repeat them and teach them to his son. Let them be in the ears of the pastor and of the shepherd. Let the man rejoice in Marduk, the Lord of the gods, that he may cause his land to be fruitful, that he himself may have prosperity. His word standeth fast, his command unaltered. The utterance of his mouth hath no God ever annulled. He gazed in his anger, he turned not his neck. When he is wroth, no God can withstand his indignation. Wide is his heart, broad is his compassion. The sinner and the evildoer in his presence, they received instruction, they spake before him, Lacuna, unto Lacuna. Of Marduk may the gods, Lacuna, may they, his name, Lacuna. They took and. End of the creation epic. There is a second version of the fight with Tiamat. No, strictly speaking, the text is not a creation legend, although it gives a very important principal incident in the history of creation, according to the alleged. Here, the fight with the dragon did not precede the creation of the world, but took place after men had been created and cities had been built. The city sighed, men, Lacuna. Men uttered lamentation, they, Lacuna. For their lamentation, there was none to help. For their grief, there was none to take them by the hand. Who was the dragon? Tiamat was the dragon. Bel in heaven hath formed Lacuna. 50 castu in his length, 1 castu in his height. 6 cubits is his mouth, 12 cubits is his Lacuna. 12 cubits is the circuit of his ear, Lacuna. For the space of 60 cubits, Lacuna, he a bird. In water 9 cubits deep he draggeth, Lacuna. He raised his tail on high, Lacuna. All the gods of heaven, Lacuna. In the heaven the gods bowed themselves down before the moon god, Lacuna. The border of the moon god's words they hastily grasp. Who will go and slay the dragon, and deliver the broad land from Lacuna, and become king over Lacuna? Go, Tishu, slay the dragon, and deliver the broad land from Lacuna, and become king over Lacuna. Thou hast sent me, O Lord, the raging creatures of the river, but I know not, Lacuna, of the dragon. The rest of the obverse and upper part of the reverse of the tablet are wanted. The reverse. And opened his mouth and spake unto the god, stir up clouds and storm and tempest. The seal of thy life shalt thou set before thy face. Thou shalt grasp it, and thou shalt slay the dragon. He stirred up clouds and storm and tempest. He set the seal of his life before his face. He grasped it and slew the dragon. For 3 years and 3 months, 1 day and 1 night, the blood of the dragon flowed.
Well, guess what? We're gonna have to hang out.
By Nicola Machiavelli.
Because you know I can't stop once this
to the magnificent Lorenzo de Piero de Medici. Those who strive to obtain the good graces of a prince are accustomed to come before him with such things as they hold most precious, or in which they see him take most delight. Whence one often sees horses, arms, cloth of gold, precious stones, and similar ornaments presented to princes worthy of their grace. Desiring, therefore, to present myself to your magnificence with some testimony of my devotion towards you, I have not found among my possessions anything which I hold more dear or value so much as the knowledge of the action of great men, acquired by long experience in contemporary affairs and a continuous study of antiquity, which, having reflected upon it with great and prolonged diligence, I now send, digested into a little volume, to your magnificence. And although I may consider this work unworthy of your countenance, nevertheless, I trust much to your benignity that it may be acceptable, seeing that it is not possible for me to make a better gift than to offer you the opportunity of understanding, in the shortest time, all that I have learned in so many years, and with so many troubles and dangers, which work I have not embellished with flowing or magnificent work, nor stuffed with random periods, nor with any stringent promotion or adornment whatever, with which the manual I have wished that no one should be given, or else it is a matter of negotiation and experience to make it successful. Nor do I hold with those who regard it as a presumption if a man of low and position dare to discuss and settle the complaint of this, just as those who feel rank take themselves from low and sin to contemplate the nature of the mountain and the lofty places, in order to contemplate thought, take themselves from the high mountain, even so to understand the nature of the people is used to be strict, and to understand that thinking is used to be people. Understand the magnificence, which we can give from straight and wherein, if it be diligently well considered and good, you will learn how to use your honor, with much of the time which greatness which issue and your inconsistency and if your magnificence, in the summit of your greatness, will sometimes turn your eyes to God's lower realm. You will see how comparatively you suffer and great you continue in the line of your fortune. Testimony. How many times of principalities there are, and by what means they are all strength, all power, that the talents and forms many of the men have been in a separate and principality. Principality is only the heredity in which the family is the new are either entirely, as was Milan to Francesco Sforza, or they are, as it were, members annexed to the hereditary state of the prince who has acquired them, as was the kingdom of Naples to that of the king of Spain. Such dominions thus acquired are either accustomed to live under a prince or to live in freedom, and they are acquired by either the arms of the prince himself or of others, or else by fortune or by ability. Chapter 2. Concerning hereditary principalities. I will leave out all discussion on republics, inasmuch in another place I have written of them at length, and will address myself only to principalities. In doing so, I will keep to the order indicated above, and discuss how such principalities are to be ruled and preserved.
That's how you do that.
I say at once there are few difficulties in holding hereditary states, and those long accustomed to the family of their prince, than new ones. For it is sufficient only not to transgress the customs of his ancestors, and to deal prudently with circumstances as they arise, for a prince of average powers to maintain himself in his state, unless he be deprived of it by some extraordinary and excessive force. And if he should be so deprived of it, whenever anything sinister happens to the usurper, he will gain it. We have in Italy, for example, the Duke of Ferrara, who could not have withstood the attacks of the Venetians in 84, nor those of Pope Julius in
Good night,
10,
bud.
unless he had been
Good night,
long
bud.
established in his dominions.
Love you.
For the hereditary prince has less
Oh,
cause and
yeah,
less
no, it's
necessity to
probably
offend.
Chico.
Hence it happens that he will be more loved, and unless extraordinary vices cause him to be hated, it is reasonable to expect that his subjects will be naturally well disposed towards him, and in the antiquity and duration of his rule, the memories and motives that make for change are lost. For one change always leaves two things for another. Chapter 3. Concerning mixed principality. But if the difficulties occur in a new principality, and firstly, if it be not entirely new, but is, as it were, a member of a state which, taken collectively, may be called composite, the changes arise chiefly from an inherent difficulty which there is in all new principalities. For men change their rulers willingly, hoping to better themselves, and this hope induces them to take up arms against him who rules, wherein they are deceived, because they afterwards find by experience that they have gone from bad
Afternoon.
to worse.
Good
This follows
afternoon.
also
How are
from
you?
another natural and common necessity, which always causes
Good
the
evening.
prince to burden those who have submitted
But
to him
it's about
with his
12:30 here. I don't know where you're at, Nick.
which he must put upon his new acquisition. In this way, you will have enemies in all
It's,
those whom you have injured. In
It's time to
seizing
put
the
this button
principality.
together. What
You
time
are
it
not
is.
able to keep those friends who put you there because of your not being able to satisfy them in the way they expected. And you cannot take strong
try.
measures against them, feeling bound to them.
Try
For
anyway.
although one may be very strong in armed forces, yet in entering a province, one has always need of the goodwill of the native. For these reasons, Louis XII, King of France, quickly occupied Milan, and as quickly lost
Wow,
it.
it's pretty
And that
warm right
turned him
there.
out. The first time
But-
it only needed Ludovico's own forces, because those who had opened the gates to him, finding themselves deceived in their hopes of future benefit, would not endure the ill treatment of the new prince. It is very true that, after acquiring rebellious provinces a second time, they are not so lightly lost afterwards, because the prince, with little reluctance, takes the opportunity of rebellion to punish the delinquents, to clear out the suspects, and to strengthen himself in the last places. Thus, to cause France to lose Milan for the first time, it was enough for Duke Ludovico to raise the insurrections on the borders, but to cause him to lose it a second time, it was necessary to bring the whole world against him, and that his army should be defeated and driven out of Italy, which followed from the causes above mentioned. Nevertheless, Milan was taken from France both the first and second time. The general reasons for the first have been discussed. It remains to name those for the second, and see what reasons we can have, and what anyone in this situation would have had to maintain himself more securely in his acquisition when they became France. Now I say that those dominions will, when acquired, are added to an equal state by him who acquires them, or either the same country and language, or they are not. When they are, it is education, especially when they not been accustomed to self-government. And to hold them to follow, it cannot be destroyed the family to think who was the because the two people, preserving and overstaying the old conditions, and not being unlike in custom, will live quietly together, and one who feels bitterly, burdened, destiny, and knowledge, which has been bound to France for so long a time, and, although there may be change of Christian language, nevertheless, the customs are alike, and the people will easily be able to get on themselves. These are values, if you wish to hold them, are only to bear in mind in consideration. The one is the family which has former laws of exclusion. The other does neither their laws nor their countries are altered, so that in a very short time they will become entirely one body with the earth's principality. But when states are acquired in the case of different language, customs, or laws, there is difficulty, and good fortune is great envy to hold them. And one of the greatest and most real help would be that some sort of power should show in revival. This would make this position more enduring, because many passages express agree. who, notwithstanding all the measures taken by him for holding that state, if he had not settled there, would not have been able to keep it. Because if one goes stop and the shoulders are previously away, and one can put it but if one is not at hand, and they are heard of only when they are ill, one can rely on remedies. Besides this, the country is obtained by your official, is subject to sacrifice by prompt report to the king. Thus, wishing to be good, and have not forced conducted, and wishing to be ill, is feared. He who would attack that state from the outside must have the utmost caution. As long as the state is vital, it can only be wrested from him against difficulty. The other and better course is to send forward to one of the places, which may be a key to that state, for it is necessary even to do this as well as keep there a great number of people in meeting. The prince was not shown by his force, for his little or no step is to send them out and keep them. And defend a minority only the citizens from whom he got the land compelled to give them to the new inhabitants. And those who still stand, remaining poor and careful, and never over evil, whilst the rest, being needed, briefly kept quiet, and at the same time anxious with word, for fear that it happened to them as it has to those who have been before. In conclusion, I say that these colonies are not costly, they are more faithful than any the rest, and the English, as has been said, being quite clever, cannot perish. Upon this, one has to remark that men ought to be either well treated or tried, because they avenge themselves for the right of England, or more seriously, they cannot. Therefore, the English
You shouldn't be able to see. It should look like one piece of glass.
But in maintaining armed men their defense of Holland, we spend much more.
So if you're a fucking pimp, then I mean, you know, if not, it's okay. It's okay. It takes practice.
Because the whole country, through the citizens who have nothing better,
Ooh, baby.
the world is hostile, and their enemies being while feasting on their own ground, or even yet to be
Well, I told you I love my job lately. I love my job.
but God for
I
the
love my job.
of the colony.
Hey,
Again, the prince told the country victory in his love respect, ought to make himself the head and defender of his less powerful nation, and positioning the more powerful amongst them, taking care that no foreigner as powerful as himself shall, by any incident, get the city. But it will happen if such a one will be introduced by those who get contented, either through sense of ambition or through fear, as we have seen already. The Romans were brought to Greece by Italians. In every other country they came to city, they were brought in by their inhabitants. The usual state of affairs is that, as soon as a powerful foreigner into the country, all the subject states of Rome, moved by the hatred which they feel against government power. So in that respect, the word subject states has not to take any trouble to gain them over to himself, but it calls them to be rallying to the state which he requires. He is only to take care that they do not get hold of his power and keep the authority. And then with his own forces and with their good will, he can easily keep down the more powerful of them, as to remain entirely master in the country. And he who does not properly manage this business will soon lose what he has acquired, and whilst he does it, he will have endless difficulties and troubles. The Romans, in the countries which they annexed, observed closely these measures.
are you paying attention?
They sent
This is
colonies
how
to
you
maintain friendly
overtake
relations with the minor
like,
power. Without increasing
powers
their
and
strength,
stuff.
they kept down the greater and did not allow any strong foreign powers to gain authority. Greece appears to me sufficient for an example. The Achaeans
Well,
and the
that's cool.
Etolians were
It's got
kept friendly,
Wi-Fi, huh?
but the kingdom of Macedonia was humble. Antiochus was driven out. Yet the merits of the Achaeans and the Etolians never secured for them permission to increase their power, nor did the persuasions of Philip ever induce the Romans to be his friends without first humbling him, nor did the influence of Antiochus make
I
them
hope
agree
it
that
turns
he should
out
retain any
evil.
lordship over the country. Because the Romans
see.
did in these instances what all prudent princes ought to do. To regard not only present troubles, but also future ones,
A little bit
for
more,
which they must prepare with every energy, because, when foreseen, it is easy to remedy them. But if you wait until they approach, the medicine is no longer in time, because the malady has become incurable. For it happens in this, as the physicians say, it happens in a hectic fever, that in the beginning of the malady it is easy to cure, but difficult to detect. But in the course of time, not having either been detected or treated in the beginning, it becomes easy to detect, but difficult to cure. This it happens in affairs of state. For when the evils that arise that have been foreseen, which it is only given to a wise man to see, they can be quickly redressed. But when, though not having been foreseen, they have been permitted to grow in a way that everyone can see them, there is no longer a remedy. Therefore the Romans, foreseeing troubles, dealt with them at once, and, even to avoid a war, would not let them come to a head. For they knew that war is not to be avoided, but it is only to put off the advantage of others. Moreover, they wished to fight with Philip and Antiochus in Greece, though not passing through so little. They should have avoided both, but this they did not let, nor did that ever kingdom which is ever in the mouths of the wise ones of our time. Let us enjoy the benefits of the time, but rather the benefits of their own valor and prudence, for time drives everything before. It is able to bring with it the good as well as the evil, and the evil as well as the good. But let us take it back and inquire whether she has done anything to remember. They speak of millions of trust, and not the child yet, as one whose conduct is the better to be observed, she having held possessive quickly to the Lord's Spirit. And you will see that she has done the opposite to those things, which ought to be done hastily in state, composed inside their fellowship. She really was guilty focused on the ambitions of the Jews. The desire to experience state London as his advantage. I am not blaming the court taken by sin, because wishing to get the foothold neutral and having the
Glow in the dark.
seeing rather that every day
How you doing, Cat?
time, he is forced to accept those friendships with God, and he would have succeeded very quickly in his design, if in other matters he had not been his son faith. The king, however, having acquired London, regained at once the authority which Charles had lost. Generally yielded, the foreigners became the friend. The Marquis of Makin, the Duke of Ferrara, the Bent of the Gold, my Lady of Swords, the Lord of Cheyenne, of Qatar, of the Moon, of Camarina, Tianjin, the Kiwi, the CNE. Everybody made advances to become a friend. Then could the Venetians realize the rashness of the course taken by them, which, in order that they might secure 2 towns in Lombardy, they had made the king the master of 2/3 of Italy. Let anyone now consider what happy difficulties he could maintain his position in Italy, as he observed indeed with all right now, and kept all his friends secure and protected, for although they knew he was both weak and timid, some of great wisdom, some of his illusion, and thus they would always have been forced to stand in witness. And by their means, he could easily have made himself secure against those who powerful. But he was no sooner in the land than he did conquer by assisting Pope Alexander to occupy the Romagna. It never occurred to him that by this action he was weakening the church, regarding himself as friend, as those who had thrown themselves into his lap wanted to aggrandise the church by adding much control and power to the clergy, thus giving it great authority, and having committed this fine error, he was obligated to follow it up. So much so that, to put an end to the antics of Alexander, and to prevent him from becoming the master of sustenance, he was forced himself to teach Italy. And as if it were nothing of the aggrandized church, he declared himself a friend of the king, wishing to have the kingdom rooted, divided into 2 states, and where he was the prime arbiter in Italy, he takes himself. The ambitions of that country and malcontent of his own is the source of shelter, and whereas he could have left the kingdom his own function of king, he drove him out. But one man who was able to drive in knew how to serve. The wish to acquire is in truth very naturally common, and men always do so when they can, and for this they will be praised and not blamed. Yet when they cannot do so, yet wish to do so by any means, then there is folly and blame. Therefore, if France could have attacked Naples with her own forces, she ought to have done so. If she could not, then she ought not to have divided it. And if the partition which she made with the Venetians and Lombardy is justified by the excuse that by it she got a foothold in Italy, this other partition merited blame, for it had not the excuse of that necessity. Therefore, Louis made these 5 arrows. He destroyed the minor powers. He
Glow in the
increased
dark.
the strength of one of the greater powers of Italy. He brought in a foreign power. He did not settle in the country. He did not send colonies. Which errors had he lived were not been excluded him, had he not made a 6th by taking away the dominions from the Venetians. Because, had he not aggrandized the church, nor brought Spain into Italy, it would have been very reasonable and necessary to humble him. But having first taken these steps, he ought never have consented to their ruin. For they, being powerful, would always have kept off others from designing London, to which the Venetians would never have consented, except to become the masters themselves there. Also, because the others did not wish to take London from France, in order to give it to the Venetians, and to run counter to both, they would not have had the courage. And if anyone should say, he means yielded the reminder of Alexander, and the kingdom of Spain to avoid war, I answer to the reasons given above that the blunder ought never to be perpetrated to avoid war, because it is not to avoid it, but is only to turn to your disadvantage. And if another should allege the threat which the king had given the Pope without even assisting in the enterprise, the exchange for the dissolution to marriage and for the capture of the war, to that I reply what I say once later on concerning the fate of princes and how it ought to be kept. Thus King Louis lost Lombardy by not having followed any of the conditions observed by those who had taken possession of countries and wished to retain them. Nor is there any military, but much that
Nice
is
smooth
useful
connection all the way around.
and on these matters he spoke at Nantes with Rouen. And when Valentina, the Caesar Borgia, the son of the Pope Alexander, who had been killed, occupied the Romano, and accompanied Rouen,
Now the
the observant community in the
Cardiff.
did not understand war, I replied to him that the French did not want to safety. Meaning that otherwise the existing alliance of church would be greatly. And in fact, it has been seen that the greatness of the church that Spain and Italy have been killed by France as though ruling would be attributed to. From this, a general rule was drawn, which never or rarely fails, that he who is the cause of another becoming powerful is ruined, because that predominancy has been brought about either by astuteness or else by force, and both are distrusted by him who has been raised to power. Chapter 4. Why the kingdom of Darius, conquered by Alexander, did not rebel against the successors of Alexander at his death. Considering the difficulty men have to hold on to a newly acquired state, one might wonder how, seeing that Alexander the Great became master of Asia in a few years, and died whilst it was scarcely settled, whence it might appear reasonable that the whole empire would have rebelled. Nevertheless, his successors maintained themselves, and had to meet no other difficulty than which arose amongst themselves, from their own ambitions. I answered that the principalities of which one has record are found to be governed in 2 ways, either by a prince with a body of servants to assist him to govern the kingdom's ministers by his favour and permission, or by a prince of barons, who holds the dignity by antiquity of blood, and not by the grace of the prince. Such barons have states in their own subjects, who recognize them as laws and open them to protection. Those states that are governed by a prince and a servant hold their prince in much consideration, because in one country there is no one who is recognized as superior to him, And yet, if they yield obedience to another, they do it if they minister under the pressure. They do not bear him any particular affection. Examples of these two governments in our time is the church and the king of France. The entire monarchy of the church was governed by one lord, with the English and his church, and dividing his kingdom into 10 gangs. He sent their different administrators, and six and changes them as the leaders. But the king of France is tend to be mixed with an ancient body of laws, acknowledged by their own subjects and beloved by them. They have their own prerogatives, nor can the king simply hear and establish his power. Therefore, he who considers both of his church, and working on great difficulties in keeping the sacred church, but once it is conquered, makes him even whole. The cause of the difficulties in seizing the kingdom of the church is that the usurper cannot be called in by the prince of the kingdom, nor can he hope to be assisted in his design by the revolt of those whom the Lord has around him. This arises from the reasons given above. Those ministers, all being slaves and bondsmen, can only be corrupted with great difficulty, and one can expect little advantage from them once they have been corrupted, as they cannot carry the people with them for the reasons assigned. Hence, he who attacks the church must bear in mind that he will find them united. You will have to rely more
The familiar magnet signature in 2020.
routed in the field in such a way that he cannot place his army. There is nothing to fear from the prince.
Oh,
And this, being exterminated, there remains no one to fear. The others having no credit with people, and as the conqueror did not rely on them.
no, I don't think I did.
So he ought not to fear them afterwards. The contrary happened in kingdoms governed like that of France.
I'm assuming the volcano's going off in
Indonesia. But one always finds malcontents in such as desire change. Such men, for the reasons given, can open up the way into the state and render the victory easy. But if you wish to hold it afterwards, you meet with infinite difficulty, both from those who have assisted you and from those you have crushed. Nor is it enough for you to have exterminated the family of the prince, because the laws that were made make themselves the heads of fresh movements against you, and as you are unable either to satisfy or exterminate them, that state is lost whenever time brings the opportunity. Now, if you will consider what is the nature of the government of Darius, you will find it similar to the kingdom of Turk, and therefore it was only necessary for Alexander first to overthrow him in the field, and then to take the country from him. After which victory, Darius being killed, the state remained secure to Alexander for the above reason, and if his successors had been united, they would have enjoyed it securely and at their ease, for there were no tumults raised in the kingdom, except those they provoked themselves. But it is impossible to hold with such tranquillity states constituted like that of France. Hence arose those frequent rebellions against the Romans in Spain, France, and Greece, owing to the many principalities there were in these states, of which, as long as the memory of them endured, the Romans always held an insecure possession, but with the power and long continuance of the empire, the memory of them passed away, and the Romans then became the secure possessors. And when fighting afterwards amongst themselves, each one was able to attach to himself his own part of that country, according to the authority he had assumed there. And the family of the former lord being exterminated, none other than the Romans were acknowledged. When these things are remembered, no one will marvel at the ease with which Alexander held the empire of Asia, but the difficulties which others have to keep in acquisition, such as Pyrrhus and many more. This is not occasioned by the little or abundance of ability of the conqueror, but by the want of uniformity in the subject state. Chapter 5. Concerning the way to govern cities or principalities which lived under their own laws before they were annexed. Whenever those states which have been acquired, stated, have been accustomed to live under their own laws and freedom, there are three courses for those who wish to hold them. The first is to rule. The next is to reside there in person. The third is to permit them to live under their own laws, drawing the tribute and establishing it within an oligarchy which will keep it friendly to you. Because such a government, being created by the prince, knows it cannot stand without his friendship and interest, and it does the utmost to support it. And therefore, he who would keep a city accustomed to freedom will hold it more easily by means of its own citizens than any other way. There are, for example, the Spartans and the Romans. The Spartans held Athens and Thebes, establishing there an oligarchy, Nevertheless, they lost them. The Romans, in order to hold Capua, Carthage, and Numantia, dismantled them and did not lose them. They wished to hold Greece as the Spartans held it, making it free and permitting its law, and did not succeed. So to hold it, they were compelled to dismantle many cities in the country. But in truth, there is no safe way to retain it, otherwise by ruling it. If he who becomes master of a city, accustomed to freedom, and does not destroy it, may expect to be destroyed by it. For in rebellion, it has always the watchword of liberty, and its ancient privileges as a rallying point, which neither time nor benefit will ever cause it to forget. And whatever you may do or provide against, they never forget that name or their privileges, unless they are disunited or disturbed. But at every chance, they immediately rally to them, as Cleaver, in the 100 years that she had been held in bondage by the Florentines. But when cities or countries are accustomed to live on their stead, this family is exterminated. They, being on the one hand accustomed to obey, and on the other not having the old faith, cannot agree in making one human themselves, and they do not know how to govern themselves. For this reason they are very slow to make up arms, and the principal danger of their
Ready for down.
But in republics there is more vitality, greater hatred, and more desire for vengeance, which will never permit them to allow the memory of their former liberty to rest. It is the safest way to destroy them, or to reside there. Chapter 6. Concerning new principalities which are acquired by one's own arms and ability. Let no one be surprised if, in speaking of entirely new principalities, as I shall do, I adduce the highest examples of both prince and of state, because men, walking almost always in paths beaten by others, and following by imitation of their deeds,
Color of
are
it.
yet unable to keep entirely to the ways of others, or attain to the power of those they imitate. A wise man ought always to follow the paths beaten by great men, and to imitate those who have been supreme, so that if his ability does not equal them, at least it will savour of it. Let him act like the clever archers, who, designing to hit the mark which yet appears too far distant, and knowing the limits to which the strength of their bow attains, take aim much higher than the mark, not to reach by their strength or arrows to greater height, but to be able, with the aid of so high an aim, to hit the mark they wish to reach. I say, therefore, that in entirely new principalities, where there is a new prince, more or less difficulty is found in keeping it, accordingly as there is more or less ability in him to acquire the state. Now, as the fact of becoming a prince from a private station presupposes either ability or fortune, it is clear that one or other of these things will mitigate in some degree many difficulties. Nevertheless, he who has relied least on fortune is established the strongest. Further, it facilitates matters when the prince, having no other state, is compelled to reside there in person. But to come to those who, by their own ability and not by fortune, have risen to be princes, I say that Moses, Cyrus, Romulus, Theseus, and such like are the most excellent examples. Although one may not discuss Moses, he having been a mere executor of the will of God, yet he ought to be admired, if only for that favour which made him worthy to speak with God. But in considering Cyrus and the others who have acquired or founded kingdoms, all will be found admirable. And if their particular deeds and conduct should be considered, they will not be found inferior to those of Moses, although he had so great a preceptor. And in examining their actions and lives, one cannot see that they owed anything to fortune beyond opportunity, which brought them in various mold into the form that seems best for men. Without that opportunity, their powers of mind would have been extinguished. Without those powers, the opportunity would have come in vain. It was necessary, therefore, to Moses that he should find the people of Israel in Egypt and solve the test by his history, in order that they should be disposed to follow him, so as to be delivered out of bondage. It was necessary that Romulus should not remain in Alabama, but that he should be abandoned to his birth, in order that he should become the king of Rome, and founder of the farmers. It was necessary that Cyrus should find certain contented with the government of the Medes, and the Medes soft and friendly with them. Theseus did not concern his ability, and did not found the Athenians dispersed. These opportunities, therefore, made those men fortunate, and their high ability enabled them to recognize the opportunity whereby their country was ennobled and made famous. Those who by valorous ways become princes, like you, acquire a principality with difficulty, but they keep it with ease. These difficulties they have in acquiring it rise in part from the new rules and methods which they are forced to introduce to establish their government and its security. And it ought to be remembered that there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things, because the innovator has for enemies all those who have done well under the old condition, and lukewarm defenders in those who may do well under the new. This coolness arises partly from the fear of the opponent, who have the laws on their side, and partly from the incredulity of men, who do not readily believe in new things until they have long experience of them. Thus it happens that whenever those who are hostile have the opportunity to attack, they do it like partisans, whilst the others defend lukewarmly, in such wise that the prince is endangered along with them. It is necessary, therefore, we desire to discuss the matter thoroughly, to inquire whether these innovators can rely on themselves or to depend on others. That is to say, whether to consummate their enterprise, have they to use prayers or cameras of skill. In the first instance, they always receive bad, never compensation, but when they can rely on themselves and support, then they are really in danger. Hence it is that all armed prophets is conquered, and the unarmed one has been destroyed. Besides the reason mentioned, the nature of the people is variable, and whilst it is easy to persuade them, it is difficult to trick them in that persuasion. Thus it is necessary to take such measures that, when they believe no longer, it may be possible to make them believe by force. If Moses, Cyrus, Theseus, and Romulus had been unarmed, they could not have enforced their constitution for so long. That happened in our time to Fra Girolamo Savonarola, who was ruined within the order of things immediately the multitude believed in him no longer, and he had no means of keeping steadfast those who believed or of making the unbelievers to believe. Therefore, such as these have great difficulty in consummating their enterprise. All their dangers are yet to be attacked, yet with ability they will overcome them. But when these are overcome, and those who envied them their successor exterminated, they will begin to be respected, and they will continue afterwards powerful, secure, honored, and happy. For these great examples, I wish to add a lesson. It still bears some resemblance to them, and I wish it to suffice me for all of our lifetime. It is Hiero the Syracuse. This man rose from a private station to be Prince of Syracuse, nor did he either owe anything but fortunes of opportunity. And the Syracusans, being attracted, chose him for their captain. Afterwards he was rewarded by being made their prince. He was of so great ability, even as a private citizen, that one who writes of him says he wanted nothing but a kingdom to be a king. This man abolished the old soldiers, organized the new, he gave up old alliances and made new ones, and thus he had his own soldiers and allies. On such foundation, he was able to build any edifice. Thus, while he had endured much trouble in acquiring, he had but little in keeping. Chapter 7. Concerning new principalities which are acquired by either the arms of others or by good fortune. Those who solely by good fortune become princes, from being private citizens, have little trouble in rising, but much trouble in keeping the top. They have not any difficulties on the way up, because they fly, but they have many ways to come. Such are those whom some state is either given for money or by the favour of him who bestows it. This happens to many in Greece, in the cities of Ionia and of the Hellespont, where the princes were made by the right, in order that they might hold the cities both for his security and his glory, as also were those emperors too, by the corruption of the soldiers, from being citizens of the empire. Such stand simply elevated upon the goodwill and fortune of him who is elevated, two most inconstant and unstable things. Neither have they the knowledge requisite for the position, because unless they are managed with responsibility, it is not reasonable to expect that they should know how to command. Having always lived in private position, besides they cannot hold it, because they have not the forces which they can keep standing and safely. States which rise unexpectedly then, like all other things in nature, which are born and grow rapidly, cannot leave their foundations and correspondence, fixed in such a way that the first form will not overthrow them. Unless, as I said, those who unexpectedly become princes are men of responsibility, if they know they have to be prepared once the whole that which fortune has thrown into their lap. And that those foundations which others have laid before they become princes, they must be unless. Concerning these two methods, writing to attempt on the basis of truth, I wish to use two examples within our own recollection. These are Francesco Borgia and Susanna Borgia. Francesco, by taking easy with great ability, and bringing a private person, wrote to these uses of law, and that which he had found his housing and his life, especially with his study. On the other hand, Susanna Borgia, told by the people in Valentino, acquired his state during the ascendancy of his father, and on its decline he lost it. Notwithstanding that he had taken every measure and done all that ought to be done by a wise and able man, to fix firmly his roots in the state, which the arms and fortunes of others bestowed upon him. And became, in his state above, he who had not first laid his foundation, will labour with great ability to lay them up, but they will be laid with promise to the architect and gain the authority. If therefore all the steps taken by the Duke were considered, it will be seen that he laid solid foundations for his future power, and I do not consider it superfluous to discuss it, because I do not know what better precepts to give a new prince than the example of his action. And if his dispositions were of no avail, that was not his fault, but the extraordinary and extreme malignity of fortune. Alexander VI, in wishing to aggrandize the Duke, his son, had many immediate and prospective difficulties. First, he did not see his way to make him master of any state, but it was not the state of the church. And if he was willing to rob the church, he knew that the Duke of Milan and the Venetians would not consent, because Faenza and Rimini were already under the protection of the Venetians. Besides this, he saw the arms of Italy, especially those by which he might have been assisted, in hands that would fear the aggrandizement, namely the Orsini and the Colonnesi and their following. It behooved him, therefore, to upset the state of affairs and embroil their powers, so as to make himself securely master of part of their state. This was easy for him to do, because he found the Venetians, moved by other reasons, inclined to bring back the French into Italy. He would not only propose this, but he would render it more easy by dissolving the former marriage of King Louis. Therefore the king came into Italy with the assistance of the Venetians and the consent of Alexander. He was no sooner in Milan than the Pope had soldiers from him for the attempt on Romagna, which yielded to him on the reputation of the king. The Duke, therefore, having acquired Romagna and beaten the Colonnesi, while wishing to hold back and to advance further, was hindered by two things. The one, his forces would not be loyal to him; the other, the goodwill of France. I think that they had thought that the forces of the Orsini, which he was using, would not stand for him, but not only might they hinder him from running more, but might themselves seize what he had won, and that the king might also be defended. Of the Orsini, he had a warning way, but the city Faenza and the happy Bologna, who formed their reign in attack. And as for the king, he laid his mind, but he laid himself, taking the dusty of Bohemia, had custom, and the king made him the custom from the Pope. Hence the Duke decided to defend no more the arms in the loss of others. For the third thing, and we think the opinion is unnecessary to the life, but gaining to himself all their adherence to his gentlemen, making them his gentlemen, giving them good pay, and, according to their rank, honouring them with office and command in such a way that in a few months all attachment to the factions was destroyed and turned entirely to the sea. After this, he waited the opportunity to crush the Orsini, and accepted the appearance of the Colonnesi. This comes to the well. The Orsini, perceiving at length that the aggrandizement of the Duke and the church was the ruin of them, called a meeting of the Navarone in Perugia. From this sprung the rebellion of Perugia, and the tumult in the Romagna, the assembled dangers from the Duke, all of which he overcame with the help of his friends. Having restored his authority, not believing his risk was fitting either to the French or to the national forces, he had recourse to his wife, and he knew so well how to control his mind that, by the mediation of Senor Padola, whom the Duke did not fail to skill with kind intention,
There's Bubbler 1.
They were seemingly weapons,
Bubble 2's
so
in
that
the
their
bag
simplicity
already.
brought them into his power at Sinigalia, having exterminated the leaders
Second
and
thing
turned
out
their
of
partisans into his friends. The Duke laid sufficiently good foundations to his power, having all the Romagna, Duchy of Urbino, and all the people now beginning to appreciate their prosperity. He gained them all over to himself. And as this point is worthy of notice and to be imitated by others, I am not willing to leave it out. When the Duke occupied the Romagna, he found it under the rule of weak masters, who rather plundered their subjects than ruled, who gave them more cause for disunion than for union, so that the country was full of robbery, quarrels, and every kind of violence. And so, wishing to bring back peace and obedience to authority, he considered it necessary to give them good government, whereupon he promoted Master Ramiro de Orte, a swift and cruel man, to whom he gave his fullest power. This man in a short time restored peace and unity with the greatest success. Afterwards, the Duke considered that it was not advisable to confer such excessive authority, but he had no doubt but that he would become odious. So he set up a court of judgment in the country, under a most excellent president, wherein all cities had their advocates. And because he knew that the past severity had caused some hatred against himself, so to clean himself in the minds of the people, and to gain them entirely to himself, he desired to show that
Ready for that thing to warm up a bit.
this had not originated
Hey there.
with him, but with the natural enemies of the minister. Under this
How we
pretext,
doing?
he took Ramiro and one morning caused
I'm
him
having
to
a
be
good
executed
evening.
and left on the piazza at
Myself.
Cesena, with the block and the bloody
Popping out
knife
a
at
couple
his
of
side.
things.
The barbarity of this spectacle caused the people to be at once satisfied and dismayed. But let us return whence we started. I say that the Duke, finding himself now
Cloudy and
sufficiently
bright.
powerful
Yes.
and partly secured from immediate danger by having armed himself in his own way,
Sounds
and
familiar.
having in a great measure crushed those forces in his vicinity that could injure him, if he wished to proceed with his conquest, had next to consider France. For he knew that the king, who was too late aware of his mistake, would not support him. And from this time he began to seek new alliances
Oh,
and to temporize with France in the expedition which she was making towards the kingdom of Naples, these Spaniards, who were besieging Gaeta. It was his intention to secure himself
cartwheeling moons.
and this he would quickly have
Bright
accomplished.
skies. Even during the
Such was
moonless
his line of
night.
action, the present affair. But as to the future, he had to fear, in the first place, that a new successor to the church might not be found, and might seek to take from him that which Alexander had given him. So he decided to act in 4 ways. Firstly, by exterminating the families of those lords whom he had despoiled, as to take away that pretext from the Pope. Secondly, by winning to himself all the gentlemen of Rome, so as to be able to curb the Pope with their aid, as has been observed. Thirdly, by converting the college more to himself. Fourthly, by acquiring so much power.
Yeah, the
before
moon
Pope
was
should
really
die,
high in the
that
sky
he could, by his own measures,
last month. I
resist
haven't
the thirst
noticed
shock.
it tonight. It looks
Oh,
Of these
like
4
it's in
things
the
at the death of Alexander, he
south
had
pretty
accomplished
heavy.
3. For he had killed as many of the dispossessed lords as he could lay his hands on, and few had escaped. He had won over the Roman gentlemen, and he had the most numerous party in the college. And as to any fresh acquisition, he intended to become master of Tuscany, for he already possessed Perugia and Piombino, and Pisa was under his protection. And as he had no longer to study France, for the French were already driven out of the kingdom of Naples by the Spaniards, and in this way both were compelled to buy his goodwill, he pounced down upon Pisa. After this, Lucca and Siena yielded at once, partly through hatred and partly through fear of the Florentines. And the Florentines would have had no remedy had he continued to prosper, as he was prospering the year that Alexander died. He had acquired so much power and reputation that he would have stood by himself. And
I'm
no
guessing
longer
it's around a
depended
populated
on the forces of
area.
others, but solely on his own power and ability. But Alexander died 5 years after he had first drawn the sword. He left the Duke with the state of Romagna alone consolidated, with the rest in the air, between 2 most powerful hostile armies, and sick unto death. Yet there were in the Duke such boldness and ability, and he knew so well how men are to be won or lost, and so firm the foundation which in so short a time he had laid, that if he had not had those armies on his back,
Yeah, it's
or
getting
if he
on
had been in
towards
good health,
it.
he would have
It's
overcome
getting
all difficulties.
it's getting on towards
As it
the
is seen that his
full
foundations
moon.
were
It's going to
good,
be up
for the
till
Romagna
late
waited for him
tonight,
for
like
more than a
2,
month.
3 o'clock.
In Rome, though but half alive, he remained secure, whilst then the Baglioni, the Vitelli, and the Orsini might come to Rome. They could not effect anything against him. If he could not have made Pope him whom he had wished, at least the one whom he did not wish would not have been elected. But if he had been in sound health at the death of Alexander, everything would have been different to him. On the day that Julius II was elected, he told me that he had thought of everything that might occur at the death of his father, and had provided a remedy for all, except
See, this wall's
that he
been
had
down
never
for about
anticipated
3
that
hours
when the
now.
death did happen, he himself would be on the
About
point
as long
to
as we've
die.
been on here, this
When all
wall's
the
been
actions of the
down.
Duke are recalled, I do not know how to blame him, but rather it appears to be, as I have said, that I ought to offer him for imitation to all those who, by the fortune or arms of others, are raised to government.
50,000
Because he,
foot
having
blast.
lofty
Nice.
spirits, far-reaching aims,
So it popped
could
pretty
not
good,
have
huh?
regulated his conduct otherwise. And only the shortness
Uh-oh.
of life of Alexander and his own sickness frustrated his design. Therefore, he who considers it necessary to secure himself in his new principality, to win friends, to overcome either by force or fraud, to make himself beloved and feared by the people, to be followed and revered by the soldiers, to exterminate those who have power or reason.
Well, I'm
to
guessing
attack,
that's why that
change the old
4.7
order of
happened
things for the new,
a
to
few
be
hours
severe
ago.
and gracious, magnanimous and liberal,
That's
to
what I was
destroy
looking
this
at.
little
I was
soldier
like,
and
that
create
looks
new,
populated.
to maintain friendship with kings and princes in such a way that they must help him with zeal and affection and caution, cannot find a more lively example than the actions of this man. Only can he be blamed for the election of Julius II, in whom he made a bad choice, because, as it said, not being able to elect a pope to his own
Yeah,
mind,
pushing
he
and
could have
induction.
hindered
She's
another
been
from being
inducing for a
pope,
little while.
and he ought never to have
Today,
consented to the election of any father
Again,
whom he had injured or who had cause to fear him, if they became pontiffs. For men injure either from fear or hatred. Those whom he had injured, amongst others, were
okay.
San Pietro ad Vincula,
So
Colonna,
far.
San Giorgio, and Ascania. The rest, in becoming pope, had to fear him. Rouen and the Spaniards accepted, the latter from their relationship and obligations, the former from his influence, the Kingdom of France having relations with him. Therefore, above everything, the Duke ought to have created a Spaniard, and failing him, he ought to have consented to Rouen
Well,
and not to San
you
Pietro
saw
and
this wall.
Vincula.
I mean,
He who believes that new benefits will cause great personages to get old injuries
those are circuits
is
trying to be
deceived.
made.
Therefore, the Duke erred in his choice, and it was the cause of his ultimate ruin. Chapter 8.
Yeah,
Concerning
yeah,
those who
it's,
have obtained a principality by wickedness.
yeah.
Though a prince may rise from
It
the
is what it
station
is. Like I
away,
keep telling people,
neither of which
I mean, you know, I'm not theorizing. I'm trying to warn you.
but one could do the 50th.
I think y'all over here know that, though. At least you can find a map enough to find this channel, right? Oh, shit. Read a hieroglyph or two. That never hurt. Oh, exactly. Say the fucking G.
Nevertheless, he acknowledges so much ability of my father, having devoted
I like throwing my little bit of French in with it.
being established in that position, having delivered the result, making himself clear, received by God.
Somebody should put a leash on me. Oh, shit. So I gotta make this fucking piece now. It is 1:30.
Soldiers killed all senators. Dead. He seized the
although he was twice captain of the Carthaginians, ultimately defeated, yet not only was he able to defend the city, but even
Oh, that sucks.
the other
Cat.
states of Africa. In a short time, raised the siege of Syria. The Carthaginians reduced the state citizens.
That's not good. Well, it sucks when our pets get old. Oh yeah, Nicholas, we're seeing a lot of crazy fucking symbols showing up. It's random patterns in space. That's all. We were carving them on stone randomly. Patterns in space. It's just coincidence that you're seeing them now in a magnetometer. Okay, maybe not. It's just fucking coincidence. You only had about 2 hours sleep. What the hell's wrong with you, lady? You go back to bed right now. Oh, you got to take care of your cat. That sucks. That sucks. That really sucks. Yeah, I bet. I bet. You want to hang out with your pet?
In a very short time, being endowed with vigorous body and mind.
Yeah.
He resolved with the aid of some citizens to deliver their country with the help of vitality.
Well, I got to thank you for looking and teaching yourself there, Nick. Like I said, I'm just the nun over here with the ruler. Ready to crack you in the knuckles if you get out of line. That's all I ever did. I brought a bunch of barrel cell to it. Man, I love that barrel cell shit. That's some amazing stuff. It really is. Without that, I couldn't improve fucking shit. Well, I could have. Like the sky's blue because oxygen molecules are blue.
Giovanni, not paying any attention. He caused them to be followed.
How you doing, Cat? There, Cosmic. I almost called you Galactic again. That's so funny. Dollar Tree. I love my Dollar Tree. I do. It only costs $1. If your Dollar Tree got freezers, you are fucking in there. I'm telling you, you're gonna love the Dollar Tree if they got the freezers going on. Those motherfuckers rock. They got stuff in there that you wouldn't believe you get for $1. Poundland. There you go. It only costs you £1, huh? Pick you up a little T-bone steak for £1. Tell you what, I get that. They got Alaskan salmon for $1. Big old steaks of salmon. I get 3 or 4 of them motherfuckers. Every time I go there, shrimp for $1. $1. Is it? Fucking $1. Frozen shrimp. They got eggs. They got eggs all the time for $1. They got all kinds of stuff. I like my Dollar Tree. Shit, they even got oil. They got little quarts of oil sometimes. Sometimes they got little pints of oil. I'll still take a little pint of oil
I believe that this follows being badly
for a buck.
those may be toilets properly used if people
They got the laundry detergent and the everything else you need there, damn it. Fucking Dollar Tree. Rock and roll. Woo! Handle. Sidecar bubbler.
It is impossible for those who follow the other.
Yeah, she's hot enough.
Hence it is to be remarked that in seasonal state, the usurper
So,
ought to examine
let's
the
see.
close into all those
Where are we
injuries
at?
which it is necessary for him to inflict, and to do them all at once,
How to be a prince.
so as not to have to repeat daily. And thus, by not unsettling men, he will be able to reassure them and win them to himself by benefit.
Woman to himself by benefit. Yeah, baby. Where in the hell did my Santanas go? Well, the Who is over here with a mix of stuff. Five Fingers, and yeah, I don't really like this playlist, but the Who's cool. Dollar Tree, take all your money. Swiss Miss with marshmallows, I know, right? That makes for the best coffee. It really does. It gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling while you're drinking your coffee. Motherfucking marshmallows, baby. Love that shit. Fuck yeah. Everywhere else you go pay $2, $3, $4 for some of that shit. Look at this, they got the same damn Pop Tart at the Dollar Tree for $1. The hell was I thinking? This sounds like some bitch ass music. Oh, they ain't that bad. Come on, he's a whiny little bitch. I spoke to God today. He is. She said that she's a big difference. What have I become? What have I done? I spoke to the devil today. And he swears he's not to blame. And I understood. Good night, Nicholas. I feel the same. He's got heart too. She sounded just like me. What have I done? And who have I
I saw him down today, and he looked a lot like me. I looked away. I turned away.
I see the 2020, brother. Something here in red.
I know hero, and I'm not being I don't know. I can hardly care. I'm on the wrong side of heaven, and the righteous side of hell. The wrong side of heaven, and the righteous side of hell. I'm not defending, downward descending, falling through the way. Lost our every guy.
I can only imagine the dude wants to know if we're still listening. We were, you see, a minute ago. He stopped the play. The team coming to our last blowing issue. Oh, there you go. All right. Fuck yeah. songs long. They don't give a fuck. Or maybe they were listening. Or playing. That might happen. All right, now it's together. How you do that? Did you see the giraffe skin I got started yesterday? It's like, a giraffe. Hey, son, how you doing? Yeah, I wanted to get the color scheme and check it out. It looks good. It looks like giraffe. Very excited. That's the UK. Gonna be a giraffe rig. So long ago. My generation will put it right. We're not just making promises. We know we'll never leave. Listen, amen. Too many people making too many problems. There's not much love go round. Can't you see this is a lot of confusion? Now this is the world we live in. And these are my hands. We're gonna let God shine. Make it a place worth fighting for. This is the world we live in. And these are the days we live in. Not your way. Just let my mind on your way. Cut off.
I'm not the one who's so far
Very
away.
good, very
When I
good.
feel the
Bubbler
snake
2.
bite and tear my radiates. Never did I wanna be here again.
Bubbler 2 about
And I
done.
don't remember why I came.
Oh, let's see here. That's going to allow me a little bit of time for sleep, maybe. Maybe. We'll see.
Candles raise my desire. Why are we so far away? No more meaning to my life. No more reason to stay. Freezing, feeling, breathing, breathing. I'm coming back again. I'm the one so far away when I feel the snake bite enter my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came.
Durban Jungle on my great pie.
Hazing clouds rain on my head.
Little booger never hurt nobody.
Negative thoughts fill my ears. Find my shade by the moonlight. Why my thoughts aren't so clear. Demons dreaming, breathing, breathing. I'm coming back again. So far away when I feel the snake bite.
Took you to the Philosopher's Stone, did it? A little bit of alchemy, maybe. Yeah. It's atomic. Son's been doing homework. It's awesome. It's very magnetal. I say it's not magic, it's magnet. I can't even talk. It's so magical. Magnetal. Yeah. Aquarius. Yeah. The alchemic one, yeah. Strangeness of coincidence. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's just coincidence. It's So I said, once you, yeah, you're definitely on the right track. Once you have a reference for what they were writing, it really, it was right in our face. Yes, every atom is yes, connected, yes, and thus can be manipulated. But you gotta ask, it is what it is. Why would you change it? That's always got to be weighed heavily on the fucking alchemic level. But yeah, the Philosopher's Stone is exactly what you're looking at. You're looking at some real deep knowledge right there, and I think you probably understand it better than the 33rd degree does. I get that distinct picture. Because this is definitely the knowledge that they've been after and or had and or trying to hold and keep and or search for, depending on which faction and how long the people been looking for that stone, that esoteric stone. And they made up so many stories about how it makes gold, and that is not what the alchemist fucking stone is about. You start to understand it at the atomic level, the scalar physics, then you're getting the picture. Fucking love it. Yeah, all these things are right in our face, huh? Yes. Well, that's yes. That's why you can't. You can't abuse this power. That's the beauty of it. But knowing you have that power, you can apply it for good and create. And that we're allowed to do. No division, though. No harm. We got to talk it through with the creator. Be right back. I'm never gonna live, never gonna get, never gonna die, my life, no fucking chilly out there. Should have took my coat. Whoa. Fucking chilly, man. Oh, I don't know that. Too fucking cold.
Know the drill. Well, focus in. Call your dog.
You're a pretty wise person then, son. A lot of people don't pay attention to what I say. Thought I fucking dropped a booger. I don't know what the fuck that was. Might have been a booger. Well, I'm damn glad you got something out of it. I tell people I do these for you, and I do. I don't do this shit for me. I can sit here and watch this fall all day. Never say a word about it. But glad you paying attention. Some people just don't. The giraffe has everything to do with research. It's it's a very distinct, recognizable creature, you know. Not a leopard. Sometimes I see people confuse it with leopards. They come in albino too. Those will throw you off. Like, whoa, look, that's a white giraffe. So you got to watch those motherfuckers. You know they're pushing for supremacy, right? The other giraffes always corral them around. They know what's up. Watch them white boys. Oh, shit. Fucking giraffes. And Jeffrey, that guy. What happened to him? Bourbon whiskey. He smokes a pipe with bourbon whiskey? That's some hardcore shit. What's that, DK? Did you see the giraffe pattern? God, now I gotta get up off my butt. This got outline and then the double outline and then the white. Bourbon whiskey tobacco. You know, that stuff is pretty good. I've smoked pipes before, like regular old meerschaum pipes. Nice. I figured those were the closest colors to the giraffe I got, so I'm gonna make it all. I'm gonna do the. I've got another section here. I'm gonna pop this one off next. That's for a couple of legs, and then we'll do the body. I got your color pulled out too, all the trace colors. Nice. Yeah, it looks giraffe-y, huh? I was copying off of a Google giraffe. I want it to look pretty realistic. Saw me a couple of cute ones in there yesterday too, digging around. So what the hell are you doing up at 2 o'clock in the morning, for God's sake? I'm fixing to go to bed here soon. My Afghan's done. Oh my God. It's 4 a.m. Still, it's 4 a.m. on a Sunday. You're amazing. I thought that'd take you a couple months. Yeah, you're East Coast. It's almost 4:20 there. Yeah. The magic hour. Yeah, you're the troublemaker over there having shakes and stuff out there, like trying to be California and stuff. That's what I said. You got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Countdown. 4:20. Yep, it's in the sky. It's pretty high up there for me right at the moment. I wasn't hanging out looking. I was cold. So I ran back inside. It's below freezing right now. My car's got frost on it. Temperature La Junta.
It's 27 degrees in La Junta right now.
Good morning, Joe. Well, good morning to you too. It's 27 fucking degrees. It says it feels like it's 18. Now I don't know why that is, because there ain't a lot of wind. Tomorrow we're only getting up to 46. That's not okay. What the hell's that all about? Let me look at my 10 days. What's going on here? Oh, we're back into the 50s. Mid 50s again. Till the 8th. That's funny. I guess winter is not here yet. I thought it might be. Good, good. Thank you for feeding the birds. I bet they're hungry this year. An entire tectonic plate moved. Uh-oh. I heard they had a volcano blow up. Which isn't a big surprise. I'm expecting more. They got your phone number? Hey, son, this fucking feeder's empty. Get out here and give me some food. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Blue Jay. That's good stuff. Yeah, I'll bet they are. Jason was having geese follow him around in his yard looking for food and shit. Squirrels coming up to him, all kinds of stuff. He said, man, these animals is hungry. The farmers around here were talking about how their cows don't have any, they're eating bramble bush in the field. That hummingbird food you got to keep on top of in the winter, don't you? Shit be all froze up. The hummingbirds get pissed. They don't generally stick around in the winter up there, though, do they? But they're up there now, ain't they? That's disturbing. Might want to get some like heating pads ready for them. So I don't know. It's gonna get cold again at some point. What? They're not there now? Have they vacated? All right, good, good. At least the fucking hummingbirds left. They probably left right before that last cold snap, didn't they? They're like, we're fucking out of here. Be safe, Cat. Try and have a good day. As good as you can. Hopefully your cat just has a hairball. Keep your fingers crossed. I know both my damn pets are getting old as fuck. Old hound dog bark. Your day starts at 4 today, huh? Mine started about then yesterday. Yeah, the family of Hopi. Yesterday at 3. Well, you're getting a lot done, aren't you? Okay. I never heard of them before. She says, nope. Shit, you got a whole Afghan done in like a week. Damn. Girls fast, or even less. Shit, man, you just send us Chico's little sweater. You shit. You fast. They got little crowns on their head. Mm. Yeah, see, I knew it. They were just wanting to know. All right. So we just had like a 5-5 get up there. Australia way. Indonesia in between there. At least they caught this far up. Looks like Idaho again. Idaho's just been shaking the fuck out of itself lately. Then there's the caldera. In the Middle East over there, every time it shakes, I think nuke. I'm like, did they set off a nuke? It's just not a place that usually shakes like that. You sing hoop hoop. Hoop hoop. Yeah, they look very pretty. Very regal looking bird. Wonder if it tastes like chicken. It looked like a water bird almost. What? Haven't I told you to stop listening to that fucking crazy person? I understand he's got some good hot sauce, though. Oh my god. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Hang on, I'm over here laughing. Well, maybe. Let me check. Let me check my source. Oh. Oh dear. Well, you know. Personally, I wouldn't even register this activity as significant at all. It ain't even a dingy dinger, let alone a humdinger, a ringer ringer, or a bell ringer. So I would say, because that happened a few hours ago, it would have definitely shown as a ringer and much more significant than what I'm looking at. That's my opinion. Check out your plots. You can check out your plots and get an idea of what's going on there. It's just the induction heating is heating up shit, and there's volcanoes around that are answering to it. Well,
Cardio burns fat, right? No. Cardio actually burns calories using in the form of carbon in the bloodstream that are
show your husband the helioplots. That's a good way to get, how to check and see if you got any continental movement or plate movement. I was gonna say, check out your helioplots. It's showing locality going on and a little bit of shake, but it's not really pronounced over the globe. Oh, you already did? Then you know. There you go. There's one for DK. Oh, he don't listen. That's all good. What are you gonna do? You can start predicting quakes for him. You're better than Dutch, I'll bet. I just saying. I just saying.
And overall, I'm gonna say probably not. Still a couple years ago, I had never.
Are you using talk to speech? Everybody complains about that, son. The talk to speech. He's like, I know. I just don't want to show off. They'd have to sell hot sauce. Oh God. Oh. He forgot his name. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Who are we listening to? This guy's always on a diet. He's like 23. He probably drinks protein shakes. Oh. Yeah, talk to text is no fun. And I can't type this shit either, man. It always wants to spell check my ass. I'm all like, what the fuck are you trying to talk about? Ain't duck. It just ain't duck. It ain't never duck. Woo! The taste buds are excited. That fucking commercial is funny as shit. And they make you watch the whole thing, like 5 seconds long. Some kind of beer. I'm focused on the taste buds. They're having a good time. A whole bunch of people painted up in red. Shit, you've probably seen it. Like, woo! Very excited. You like surfing? I used to. Too old for that shit. Much too old for that. Yeah, you and me both. I like this song a lot. I like the way they did it. I like the original. And I like Simon Garfunkel's version.
I turn my color to the cold and my eyes were stared by the flash of a neon light that split within and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw
That was referred on the internet.
10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs. And voices never shared. No one dared. Disturb the sound of silence. Said I do not know. Silence like a cancer grows.
Yeah, he does a good job.
Hear my words and I'm
Yeah, he does a good job.
take my arms and I need you. But my words, I
And make a better.
From silence and the people bowing to the neon god and the sign flashed out his warning and the words that it was forming. In the signs and the words of the prophets of somewhere you are.
They sing it better than I do.
Whisper in the sound of silence.
On like a little lay on his neck.
This was an unexpected bill not covered by my health insurance. And this is the Aflac duck who helped me cover it. Aflac!
When you're sick or injured, Aflac is there. We can help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Get to know us at aflac.com.
That red. That is a rare red. But I carry it. It is called red crayon. You can hardly get your hands on this color right now, but I have it. And fear not, young lady. I have a large stick of it too. Same color.
A night falls and I'm alone. Skin, yeah, chill me to the bone.
Beginning, this one here is lighter, called Ketchup. And it pulls almost clear at some point, and it burns out a lot of the metals. This one here doesn't. But it's a little bit harder to work. But I love red crayon. You like that color? Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's a pretty color. And it's very poppy. I've got a blood red one, but it's not a poppy red. That's pretty poppy-ish. All right, cool. Unobtainium, gold. There's another element in there that's radioactive. I can't think of the name of it at the moment. It's inert once it's in the color. Cambium. It's a cambium color. Cambium. Nice. So, being as how it's cambium color, all that's an American-made color, but the rare earth elements come from China. So guess what? There are none to be had. So that's like one of the last sticks of fucking red in the world as far as red Crayola goes. And that goes for my fucking glow in the dark too. It's like, it's very hard to come by right now. A lot of colors like that are, because they come from rare elements. That's how we make colors. But look how rich and beautiful it looks in the glass. Very Ronald McDonald. It's all bright red. Y'all, I appreciate being able to have them. I've got some good suppliers. I really do. And I had to buy a bundle of color like that to get two colors I wanted. And that was one of them. But all the other colors are very useful. I use the fuck out of them. I love having them. You gotta have a nice palette. You know, a lot of them, like the ones I made, the blue with the, I put some colors up with the metallic flakes in it and shit. Those are good for outside. You don't want to put them in the inside of your glass very much. They can cause, the coefficiency doesn't work on the inside very well on some colors. They'll pop your glass and make it crack. Either the color itself will crack, and it looks fucked up, It's like the glass is fine, but the color has what we call check marks in it. It's like bam, bam, bam. Every like quarter or eighth of an inch or whatever, you'll see a defined crack inside the color, and only the color. Some of them do that. Some of them split the whole fucking thing across. But it's if your color doesn't cool properly with your clear, then you're gonna cause problems. They call it the coefficiency of glass, and it's much like thermostat with the old school where they put two different kinds of metal and they pull against each other. That's what you don't want to happen in glass, but that's where we get our colors from, metal, different elements. So it's a little delicate balance of formulas. It's a lot of fun. Oh, son, I'm working on her giraffe. We're just going over the colors. I just had it. Here's the base color. Oh. There it is. You see, I just put the overlays on that one. Haven't shaped it yet, but I'm going to put it on that one, and then this one here is going to be the main body and then some. But I'm going to get on that with my next tank of oxygen because I need to take these tomorrow to Pueblo. Needed to make them tonight. You think you have makin in your yard? It's a very abundant element. But like I said, most glass boys will tell you it's impossible. Let me show you the piece we made yesterday, as a matter of fact. Oh, it's still upstairs. It's probably sold. There's a mica piece we made last night. Now, most glass blowers will swear to you that's impossible. But you watch me harvest that right from the rock. Throw it in the kiln 3 days later. Throw it in that chunk of glass right there. So you know that's mica. Regardless if they tell you it's impossible or not, you know it's not impossible. And this one has like eyes of Ra on it and all kinds of nifty little things going on. The double helix plasma wave of creation. And of course, finish it off with 3 holes in the bowl, pre-built screen, flower of life. Damn. It's elemental, baby. I love mica. This stuff is amazing looking in glass because it magnifies every little crater in there. And it looks so pretty. It doesn't look like mica. I mean, well, it's got all the everything else just burned right out of it. I like the bed of blue behind it, kind of offsets the silver. Uh-oh. I better stop reading, huh? Stop reading my chats. Oh, so there's no way I could put that much detail in just a little lump of anything. That's a creator made that mica. But I do want you to take note, glass blower friends of mine. You see air bubbles trapped inside those caves? Oh man, I showed you how to do it. Go back and watch. You can fast forward. I did this 2 days in a row, actually, right here. You can see I got all the contours encased in glass, not air. That is one part you have to get right, or you will have problems with this material. It takes patience. You got to talk it into it. It's like, no, you love it. Yeah, the different facets of it make it just, it's more sparkly than a damn diamond. And it's beautiful silver. It's pure elemental. And when I'm making it, it goes clear. That's how you can tell if you're doing it right. It'll go clear like the glass, and you can barely see a little bubble in it. It's like, but that's if it goes clear and you can't see it, that's how you know you're doing it right. It's ready to be done up. Yeah, Crater did that. That's untouched by me. I didn't facet that or nothing. Creator faceted that. That's what I like about mica. It's got 1,000 different faces on it. And with all the impurities and all the quartz off of it, it reflects in every direction, just everything. Everything about it is just it's fucking beautiful. Oh, I mean, you know, on the face of it, I mean, look. Mica is fucking worthless. Pretty much. Well, they make different things out of it, but they ain't paying like gold for it. That's for damn sure. I'm just saying, it's not even semi-precious at all, but it should be because it's beautiful, I think. And yeah, totally. I mean, look at just that one face of it. I gotta move it like real slow. It's got like 1,000 facets on it. Just that one face. I really like mica. But yeah, I was just curious when I was out there in North Carolina. I saw my mountain had a whole bunch of it. And I was like, let's see if I can do this. Ta-da. To date, though, honestly, there's probably less than 50 pieces in the world with something like that in it. So that's probably as rare a thing as you'll ever see in glass. And that's true. I can't think of anything that's more rare than mica chunks like that in glass. And I think it's beautiful. People should implement that all the time. You know, it's more common than one of the most common elements. And this motherfucker's expensive. That that's volcanic space glass. Shit's expensive as fuck. But it's not nearly as pretty, I don't think. I've got a big chunk of it. People like, oh wow, you got that. Yeah. Everybody does. They usually only find it in little tiny chips. That piece right there is worth a good little fortune in glass blowing world. Yeah, see, it's very common stuff. And to find in glass too, because they like it, and it's cool. You break it up and it just fits in glass. It's a natural product. Yeah, the mica, it's way more plentiful, a lot less expensive, and much more beautiful to look at once it's cleaned off and encased properly, I think, then the stone with the meteorite, tech fucking, I can't pronounce this shit. Tetrite or some shit like that. I'd have to sit and think about it. What I'm gonna do tonight. My mind's on shutdown mode right now. It's like, hey, dude. Like, oh yeah, it's 2:30 something. I forgot my gases off. I'm on my last leg on this kiln cooling down. But I thought I'd bring down, because this is probably gone tomorrow. So I'm not going to have a chance to brag about it. And like I said, this is my ego right here. This is how I get my ego right here. I get off on my job. I love my fucking job. I love being unique from anybody else. That's my ego right there. I'm like, look at that. Haha, look what I could do. It grew with golden spikes. It's green with golden spikes. Nice. You could make a mint with your crochets, I'm sure, DK. I know this. You could take, they got hemp yarn. You can take hemp yarn and crochet oven mitts. Those motherfuckers are awesome. Usually some nice, like 80-pound. It's not that expensive either, but you could sell them for expensive. I know I've made them myself. And I finally threw them away because they got all grungy. But I mean, like, I had them fucking 10, 15 years. Fucking lasted forever. Yeah, I'd use the hemp cord. And just tie the knots. But I don't know. You might not like that with your fingers. I was kind of into it. They're just woven, though, anyway. But, you know that. You know how to do that. You're a master at it. Look at this girl. She crochet master. Well, that too, and it works. It works really good as a heat shield compared to cotton. So I'm saying big difference with one of those hemp pads, a hemp hot pad, and grabbing something than doing with like a fucking cotton one with that thinsulate shit in it. No comparison. No comparison. That shit actually works. It's like, yeah, you can hold your hot pan with that shit. And it's actually useful in the kitchen. I used mine for years. I'd get mad when I lost it. I'd be like, where's my damn hemp pan? Yeah, fuck, I have fed myself doing all kinds of crazy shit. Hemp wraps in people's hair, uh, hemp necklaces, all kinds of hemp stuff, making padded bags for these things, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Even when I had this as a hobby, I'd do it damn near every day. Like I do. Almost every day. But yeah, I've been doing this since '93. Um, I don't see myself being able to do anything else. Don't make a yawn. Yeah, I know. I need to get my ass upstairs and closer to my pillow. It's pushing fucking 3 o'clock now. Oh God, it's after 3. Look, my eyes are closed. I'm turning into a pumpkin. Oh yeah, I see you over there every day. I say things to him sometimes, but I don't want to say much on Vincent because fucking I have a tendency to piss people off. You know how I am. And I appreciate Vincent getting all that footage and shit that I won't do. I won't do that shit. I love seeing people like Vincent do it. And Planet X Hunter, he's got some good shit going on there lately too. Just guys are crazy. Oh. Oh, fuck. See? Damn it. I almost fell asleep right there. Uh-oh. It got dark. Okay. Yeah. It emerges from the dungeon. Look at the shit. doing? How you doing? What you doing? Did you claim Seamus's daytime bed? Is this yours now? She's like, well, you could leave me alone anytime now. She has claimed herself a bed. Crazy dog.
Still crazy, tranquil Polestar, CEO of blue and green. When he's fake, the night show.
Love my cat. Good morning, DK. And the rest of you have a good evening and a good day and a good morning wherever you are in the world. Always a pleasure. Have a good evening, good day, son. Good night, DK. She says she started already.